Chapter 174. Thank you. A gentle voice sounded. When the elevator door closed, Chiyu's eyes met the eyes of the person who came later. Both of them were stunned, because the person who came later was Xiao Lu, whom Chiyu had met on the Third Ring Road. It can't be such a coincidence. Chiyu smiled. Xiao Lu looked at him strangely. What is Mr. Chi doing in Lanbao? I'm looking for someone, Chiyu said as he pressed the button for the 26th floor. When Xiao Lu saw this scene, her pretty face couldn't help but blush slightly. You can't be looking for me, right? Ah. Chiyu was stunned. Why do you say that? Of course I'm not looking for you. It's just a coincidence. The look in Xiao Lu's eyes became even more strange. Because I'm on the 26th floor. If you're not looking for me, it's too much of a coincidence. Really? Chiyu opened his mouth in surprise. Could it be that Miss Xiao Lu was related to the person he was looking for? Thinking of this, he looked at Xiao Lu's strange look again. He thought to himself, oh no, she must think of me as a pervert or a playboy. How can I explain this? After hesitating for a while, Chiyu decided not to explain. After all, he always thought that explaining was equivalent to covering up. When I find the person I'm looking for, Miss Xiao Lu will believe me. With a smile, Chiyu moved to a corner of the elevator. He deliberately kept some distance from Xiao Lu so that she wouldn't misunderstand him. Xiao Lu smiled and said, It doesn't matter even if Mr. Chi is looking for me. But I don't know why Mr. Chi is looking for me. If Mr. Chi had another ancient heart, I would be very interested. Of course, there was still the heart of the ancient. It was such a huge piece of 10,000-year cold jade. Even if it was used to refine its soul, it would not be a small amount. However, Xuanyuan's soul had only been refined to the size of a ring before Chiyu used it to please Ryue. Chiyu was about to speak. Suddenly, the elevator stopped abruptly. Xiao Lu lost his balance and hurriedly held onto the wall of the elevator. The lights in the elevator also dimmed at this moment, and the surroundings were plunged into darkness. What happened? Chiyu was a little surprised. This was the first time he had encountered a problem with the elevator. Xiao Lu did not say anything for a long time. When she heard Chiyu's question, her voice obviously became a little colder. You have to ask Mr. Chi. Mr. Chi was really good. He could even control Lanbao's elevator. But, Mr. Chi, don't you think this kind of behavior is a little too old-fashioned? Miss Xiao Lu, don't misunderstand. I didn't do it. Even if Chiyu had the ability to do so, he had never thought of doing anything in the elevator. But the elevator suddenly became dark, coupled with all the previous coincidences. Chiyu asked himself if it was him he was afraid that he would also misunderstand. At this moment, the building's siren suddenly sounded. The clear sound of the siren made Xiao Lu's expression change. In the darkness, Chiyu could still see her face clearly. Although her voice was a little cold, there was an obvious fear in her eyes. However, there was an obvious look of fear in his eyes. He was obviously pretending to be calm. She put one hand into her bag and took out a small flashlight cylinder. But it was obviously not a flashlight because there was no light from the flashlight. Miss Xiao Lu, you really misunderstood me. I didn't do it. You also know that Ryue and I are a couple. Why do you have to create such a coincidence? I really came here today to find a person. Chiyu said tentatively. Xiao Lu pointed the cylinder in her hand in the direction of Chiyu and said coldly, No matter what, wait until we get out. You stay there, don't come over. Chiyu shrugged helplessly. Anyway, he couldn't see in the dark. He sat down on the floor of the elevator without caring about his image and said, Then wait for the elevator to be repaired. At this moment, in order to avoid any misunderstanding, he didn't say anything. He just sat there and slowly operated his thundercloud force to adjust his breath. The siren outside was still loud, but there was no movement in the elevator. Xiao Lu tried to press the call system, but there was no sound. The fear in her heart couldn't help but increase. The silence didn't last long. Xiao Lu tentatively said, "Mr. Qi?" Qi Yu didn't answer, although he could understand Xiao Lu's misunderstanding. He was still a little unhappy that she looked down on him. "Mr. Qi, are you still there? Don't come over. I have a taser in my hand. It won't be good if I accidentally hurt you." Although Xiao Lu's voice was still a little cold and threatening, it only sounded funny to Qiyu. "Taser? What can that thing do to me? Mr. Qi, why aren't you saying anything?" Xiao Lu's voice was really beautiful. Even when she was afraid, such a voice was still moving. At this moment, Qiyu's eyes suddenly opened. In the darkness, Xiao Lu vaguely felt two cold, lightning flashing. Subconsciously, she couldn't help but scream. It was proven that an excellent singer, especially a female, could definitely reach a very scary level when screaming. Qi Yu was shocked by her scream, and even his eardrums were a little painful. "Miss, you don't have to. I haven't moved at all," Qi Yu said in a bad mood. Then what was that light just now?" Xiao Lu's voice was still frightened. Qi Yu said softly, "Miss Xiao Lu, do you have a grudge against someone?" Xiao Lu was stunned and said, "Why do you ask?" Qi Yu said coldly, "Because I suddenly feel that the elevator suddenly stopped this time seems to be targeting you." It wasn't a feeling, but a real probing. Although he was trapped in the elevator, Qi Yu's mental power was not idle. He could clearly sense that there were 5 people in the elevator control room, and from these 5 people, he could sense that there were 5 people. Qi Yu felt a very strong murderous aura. Xiao Lu said in surprise, "No, I have never offended anyone. Why would someone want to kill me?" Qi Yu said, "You can only ask yourself." At this moment, the elevator suddenly moved, and the lights in the elevator were already turned on. The moment the darkness returned to light, Xiao Lu couldn't help but let out a big sigh of relief. She put one hand on her chest, and her expression became a lot calmer. When she saw that Qi Yu was actually sitting in the corner, she couldn't help but feel a little funny. He couldn't help but feel a little funny. He thought to himself, "Did I really misunderstand him? It's finally done, Mr. Qi. If I really misunderstood you, I will definitely apologize to you later." Qi Yu's eyes suddenly lit up. "There's no need to apologize, but we have to get through the crisis in front of us first." Xiao Lu was stunned and said, "Crisis? Isn't the elevator already ready?" As soon as her voice fell, it was as if she wanted to verify what Qi Yu said. The elevator suddenly moved, but it didn't go up like it was supposed to, but descended instantly. When Qi Yu and Xiao Lu first entered the elevator had already risen to the 20th floor. The elevator had already risen to the 20th floor. Now that it suddenly fell, the strong feeling of weightlessness caused Xiao Lu to cry out in alarm once again. Generally speaking, elevators were equipped with safety devices. Even if it suddenly went out of control, the safety device would block the elevator after falling to a certain height. However, now it seemed that the safety device had obviously failed. It was just a few blinks of an eye. The number on the elevator had dropped from 20 to 5 floors, and the speed of falling had also increased to a terrifying number. At this moment, Qi Yu no longer cared about avoiding arousing suspicion. He took a step forward, and he had already come to Xiao Lu's side and held her in his arms. Perhaps it was an instinctive reaction. When he just touched Xiao Lu's body, a feeling of numbness instantly came over him. It was Xiao Lu who had turned on the electric shock device. Damn it! Qi Yu cursed in his heart, but he didn't have time to blame Xiao Lu. The thundercloud force was activated in an instant, completely enveloping his and Xiao Lu's bodies. Floating 3 inches above the elevator, a faint cyan light circulated, greatly reducing the sense of weightlessness. At this moment, the elevator finally fell with a loud bang. The violent vibration caused the entire elevator to shake wildly. After all the lights flickered for a while, they were all extinguished. A large number of electric sparks lit up from the top of the elevator. The terrifying feeling made Xiao Lu completely sluggish at this moment. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, when Qiyu used the thundercloud force to offset the shock of the fall, he immediately withdrew his thundercloud force. Now, he only hoped that because of the bright lights in the elevator, Xiao Lu didn't notice the cyan light released from his body. After all, the cyan light of the thundercloud force was not clear under his control. When the elevator completely stopped, the feeling of body contact was clearly transmitted to Qi Yu's brain. Unlike Ruyue's delicate body that was full of elasticity, Xiao Lu's body felt very soft. Her slender waist was soft and boneless. The feeling of holding her in his arms was simply great. The close body contact made Qi Yu's chest feel comfortable. The warm and soft feeling was really wonderful. Xiao Lu's figure was not as hot as Riyue's, but it was very well proportioned. Especially her slender waist was even more amazing. At this time, holding her in his arms, Qiyu, who had seen many beautiful women, actually had a feeling of not wanting to let go. Yu. Xiao Lu's lips had turned blue and white. She was obviously frightened. Let go of me. An angry voice sounded. Qi Yu subconsciously let go of Xiao Lu's arm. He frowned and looked at her. In his heart, he thought, "Do you need to have such a big reaction? It's fine if you don't thank your savior. But why do you look at me like looking at an enemy?" Xiao Lu looked at Qi Yu, and her eyes gradually turned red. You rogue, you actually used such a despicable method. I hate you. Miss Xiao Lu, are you mistaken? Qi Yu looked at her in confusion. I just saved your life. Xiao Lu's eyes were filled with hatred. She looked at him coldly and said, "Saved my life? Didn't you already arrange this? You rich playboys, aren't you best at deceiving a girl's body and mind? Yesterday, you used a precious ring to move Ruyue, and today, you used this despicable hero to save the beauty to tease me. I've seen too many despicable people like you. I will never let you succeed. If you want to use force, I'll commit suicide." As she said that, she seemed to be performing a magic trick. A fruit knife had unknowingly replaced the electric shock device's position, appearing in her hand. Listening to her words, Qi Yu couldn't help but be angry. "Damn, miss, are you mistaken? I'm very innocent. If it weren't for you, how could I be trapped here? This is obviously against you. Why don't you think about it? Falling from the 20th floor, that kind of impact can kill a person. Even if I want to chase you, there's no need to use my own life as a joke. Moreover, in my heart, you're far inferior to Riyue, so why should I do this? We're lucky and didn't die. Not only did you not thank me for saving you, you're even framing a good person. I've never seen a woman like you. Whatever you think, I, your father, am not afraid of slanderous accusations. If it weren't for the fact that Xiao Lu was a beauty in front of him, Qi Yu would have already kicked her. Since young, what he hated the most was the feeling of being framed. That year, when he was only 12 years old because of a classmate framing him for stealing a pencil, he fought with him, almost beating that classmate to the point that he couldn't take care of himself. At this time, the elevator was dark again, so Xiao Lu couldn't see Qi Yu's angry look. Listening to Qi Yu's words, she gradually calmed down, but she was still full of suspicion towards Qi Yu. She snorted coldly and said, "Who are you lying to? Do you think you're a god? If you didn't deliberately create this elevator to fall from the 20th floor, I'm afraid we would have fallen to our deaths. You must have planned this from the start. I don't believe your nonsense." As she spoke, she held a fruit knife in one hand and took out a small mobile phone from her bag with the other hand. She pressed the button on the phone, and it immediately brought some light to the dark space. "There's no need to call. This is at least the 3rd floor underground. It'll be a miracle if there's a signal." Qi Yu snorted angrily. Xiao Lu shone the light of the mobile phone in his direction. Seeing that he sat in the corner again, she couldn't help but secretly breathe a sigh of relief. "It's none of your business. Do you think I can't get out just because you say so? Chi Yu didn't talk to her anymore, but he was thinking about whether he should attack with his strength. Although the security of this high-class elevator was very good, it was still easy for him to get out with his strength. But if he did that, he would inevitably expose his strength in front of Xiao Lu. Letting an ordinary person know that he was extraordinary was obviously not what he wanted to see. As soon as the light on the mobile phone went out, Xiao Lu quickly pressed it. Only in the little light brought by the mobile phone screen could she feel a little safe. Chi Yu looked at her and thought in his heart, "Anyway, I have nothing to do today. I'll just wait. After making such a big noise, the people in the office building will come to rescue. Why risk exposing my strength?" What's more, although Xiao Lu spoke ill of him, it felt very good to be with a stunning beauty in such a dark space. Now he still had the residual fragrance left by the time he hugged Xiao Lu. It wasn't the smell of cosmetics, but a very refreshing fragrance with a bit of milky sweetness. It seemed to be the body fragrance of Xiao Lu smelling the fragrance. Chi Yu couldn't help but secretly fantasize. This new famous singer seemed to be a virgin. No wonder she valued her chastity so much. Chi Yu was leisurely admiring Xiao Lu's appearance in the dark, but the fear in Xiao Lu's heart was getting stronger. Until now, there was no sound of rescue outside, and Chi Yu didn't speak anymore. The elevator was so quiet that her body couldn't help but tremble slightly. "Mr. Chi." Xiao Lu tentatively called Chi Yu. "What are you doing? Be careful that I don't rape you." Chi Yu replied in a bad mood. Xiao Lu subconsciously leaned her body to the corner. "No, I believe you won't. It was my fault just now. Don't be angry." She gradually calmed down and realized that if Chi Yu really wanted to do something to her, he wouldn't have stayed motionless for such a long time. Now was obviously the best time. It seemed that she really blamed him wrongly. "No, I'm not a good person. I'm a ruffian, a gangster. You're so beautiful, you should be careful." Chi Yu sneered and threatened. Xiao Lu was stunned. "Chi Yu, are you still angry with me? When we get out, I'll apologize to you solemnly, okay?" Chi Yu shook his head and said no need. "When we get out, don't say that I tried to molest you. I'll already be Amitabha." Xiao Lu's pretty face blushed. "You're a man. You won't be so stingy." Chi Yu stood up and said, "I'm a man. But as I said, I'm also a gangster. A gangster and a beauty in a closed space. What do you think I should do?" Xiao Lu somewhat begged, "Okay. I beg you, don't say any more. I am a little scared. Can't you talk to me?" Chi Yu laughed in his heart. It seemed that girls were afraid of the dark. This was really not bad. "Then what do you want to talk about?" Chi Yu indifferently said. Xiao Lu thought for a moment and said, "Let's talk about you. I'm very curious about you. How long have you known Boss Hai? I've never heard of you before. The circle of the upper class is very small. With your extravagance yesterday, you should be very famous. Why are you so unknown?" "Chi Yu, I don't belong to the upper class. It's normal for him to be unknown." Xiao Lu frowned and said, "You're really stingy. Still holding a grudge against a girl?" Chi Yu shrugged his shoulders. "You see, I'm telling the truth, but you don't believe me. Then I can't do anything about it. Just wait. I hope those repairs can be done quickly so that I can prove my innocence. Or else, you have to be responsible for me." Xiao Lu rolled her eyes at him, using the light from the phone screen to illuminate his pretense of being wronged. She couldn't help but burst into laughter. Her long black hair, ice-like smile, and her beautiful face blended together. Chi Yu couldn't help but stare blankly. However, at this time his face slightly changed. He muttered to himself, "It seems that those guys still don't want to let you go." Xiao Lu was surprised. "What are you talking about? Why can't I understand?" Chi Yu sighed and said, "You still don't believe me? It's obvious that someone wants to kill you. Otherwise, why would the safety device of the elevator fail? These guys are really cautious. They're afraid that they won't kill you. It seems that they're making some moves. I just don't know what they're going to do. Xiao Lu looked at Qiyu with an even more strange gaze. How do you know this? Could it be that your eyes can see through things? Qiyu evilly looked at her plump breasts. He smiled and said, If I have X-ray eyes, then I'm the happiest man in the world. Xiao Lu's pretty face blushed. She subconsciously crossed her hands in front of her chest. She squatted down in the corner of the elevator and said with slight annoyance, I thought you were a good person. It turns out that you're really a... Qiyu teased her playfully. Really what? Xiao Lu rolled her eyes at him and didn't say anything. However, at this time, her heart was a little nervous. She didn't know why, but rationally she completely chose to believe what Qiyu said. An invisible crisis seemed to be constantly shrouding them. Qiyu stood up and walked to the door of the elevator. His spiritual power became more concentrated. Although he couldn't see anything outside because there were no plants, based on the perception of his spiritual power, he found that the murderous aura had arrived above the elevator. A slight noise came from outside, making Xiao Lu even more nervous. She took the initiative to walk to Qiyu's side and asked in a low voice, What are they doing? Qiyu shrugged helplessly and said, How would I know? We'll deal with it when it comes. Now we can only wait. However, I really despise the security department of your office building. It's been so long. Haven't they noticed the changes in the elevator? It's impossible. Xiao Lu found that when she stood next to this unfamiliar man, she would subconsciously have an extremely safe feeling. Even the nervousness in her heart was greatly relaxed. At this moment, a faint smell suddenly appeared. The pungent smell made both of them feel it at the same time. They didn't know why. Xiao Lu, on the other hand, relaxed at this moment. She now completely believed in Qiyu's judgment. She giggled and said, You said to deal with soldiers with arms and flood with earth. Then what will we use to deal with the poisonous smoke? Qiyu looked at her somewhat mocking expression and said with a smile, Now there are two ways. You can choose one that can block it. You choose. Xiao Lu looked at him with some surprise. 2 ways? Tell me about it. Qiyu said, The first method may not be completely effective, but it can solve a temporary crisis. It's very simple. First, tear your clothes, and then put some water on it to cover your mouth and nose to filter out the poisonous smoke. Although this method can't completely filter out the poisonous smoke, it's enough to block most of the poisonous smoke and can last for a long time. Xiao Lu asked doubtfully, But where is there water here? She looked at Qiyu's clean body. Obviously, there was no way to hide water. Qiyu smirked and patted his stomach. He said, That's easy. I don't have any water here. Do you want it? Although Xiao Lu was very simple, how could she not understand Qiyu's obvious meaning? I don't want it even if I die. What a joke. If she used a man's urine to filter out the poisonous gas to save her life, to her, it would be better to die. Looking at Xiao Lu's face gradually turning pale, Qiyu was too embarrassed to tease her again. At this time, the fog in the elevator had become thicker and thicker. Okay, don't cry. I'm most afraid of women crying. Now, there is a second way. Xiao Lu glared at Qiyu fiercely. If it's like the first one, you don't have to say it. You can save your own life. Qiyu smiled and said, Of course not. This second method is much simpler, and I guarantee it's absolutely safe. No one wanted to die, and Xiao Lu was no exception. She looked at Qiyu with a different look. Then why don't you say it, cough? The spicy, poisonous gas was becoming more and more unbearable. Qiyu smiled and said, Kiss me. What did you say? Xiao Lu's expression suddenly changed. Qiyu, I said kiss me. You beast, you actually want to take advantage of me at this time. Did you arrange this poisonous gas? Looking at Qiyu, Xiao Lu's originally pure face was flushed with anger. Qiyu shook his head helplessly and said, They say that women with big breasts are brainless. That's true. As soon as his voice fell, before Xiao Lu could react, he suddenly pulled her into his arms and kissed her soft lips, while Xiao Lu was stunned. And Xiao Lu struggled hard. But how could she break free from Qiyu's arms with her strength? While kissing Xiao Lu, Qiyu held her slender waist with one hand and raised his other hand to pinch Xiao Lu's nose. Xiao Lu used her hand to push Qiyu away, but Qiyu's body was like cast iron. She couldn't move at all. Her delicate body was completely pressed against the elevator door, and she couldn't even move her head away. A numb feeling came from her lips. Because her nose was pinched, Xiao Lu couldn't breathe, and she subconsciously opened her small mouth. The sweet and pure feeling seemed to make Qiyu go back to the ancient beasts era. The sweetness of Xiao Lu's lips and the fragrance of her body reminded him of the pure air and the wonderful smell of plants he breathed in during the ancient beasts era. What a sweet feeling! What a mellow feeling! If it wasn't for the fact that Xiao Lu's body heat was rising rapidly and her struggle was becoming more and more intense, he almost forgot what he was supposed to do. A slippery snake head entered her small mouth, and Xiao Lu suddenly panicked. Coupled with the feeling of suffocation, her heart was filled with despair. At this moment, a clear stream of air was transmitted from Qiyu's mouth into her body. The previous feeling of lack of oxygen suddenly disappeared, and her brain regained its clarity. Fresh air was continuously transmitted from Qiyu's mouth, and Xiao Lu gradually calmed down from her intense struggle. What was going on? In Xiao Lu's knowledge, this was absolutely an incomprehensible phenomenon. She opened her pure eyes wide and looked at Qiyu. Xiao Lu's eyes were filled with shock. Qiyu winked at her playfully, and a message was transmitted into her brain. If you don't want to become blind, you'd better close your eyes. I'm not lying to you. This is to save you. Although her heart was filled with unwillingness, at this moment, Xiao Lu couldn't move at all. Her body was firmly pressed against the elevator door by Qiyu, and the clear stream that was continuously transmitted from Qiyu's mouth was her life-saving aura. At this moment, Xiao Lu was a little confused, and her struggle had completely disappeared. Her pure big eyes finally closed, and 2 streams of tears flowed down her face. Her delicate body was slightly trembling, but her hands subconsciously hugged Qiyu's waist. Due to the compression, Qiyu's and Xiao Lu's bodies were in full contact, which allowed him to fully feel the softness of Xiao Lu's body. This situation had never happened to Ming Ming, Ruyue, and Wenting. Although the elasticity of the delicate body was equally attractive, it was the first time that he touched such a soft and delicate body, which brought a different kind of stimulation to Qiyu. Qiyu secretly wondered whether he was too despicable. With his strength, he could easily create a protective cover with the thundercloud force to protect their bodies from the poisonous smoke. However, because of Xiao Lu's impolite framing of Qiyu, he had the idea of playing a prank on her. Therefore, he used this wonderful but troublesome method to filter the air with his body and then pass it into Xiao Lu's body through his mouth. Qiyu subconsciously sucked Xiao Lu's lips gently, and his tongue was also dexterously teasing. Xiao Lu's body became hotter and hotter. She had never experienced this kind of stimulation. After all, this French kiss, which was much longer than the French kiss, was her first kiss. Hugging Qiyu's body, Xiao Lu clearly felt a firm and huge thing against her lower abdomen. Xiao Lu's body trembled more violently. She never thought that she would be so intimate with a man she didn't like in such a situation. However, she couldn't hate Qiyu at this time. After all, he did it to save her life. Moreover, this feeling didn't seem to be annoying. On the contrary, her delicate body had become more and more soft in the body friction. Chapter 175. Xiao Lu bit the tip of Qiyu's tongue angrily, which immediately scared Qiyu, and he quickly retracted his tongue. After all, although he was strong, no matter how strong he was, he couldn't train his tongue. If he was bitten off by her without the protection of thundercloud force, it would be too much of a loss. Xiao Lu's tearful face showed a smile, and she thought in her heart, I finally let this bad guy suffer a loss. She wanted to shut her mouth, but without the air provided by Chiyu, the feeling of suffocation was too uncomfortable. She had no choice but to maintain the status quo. After being bitten, Chiyu also sobered up a lot, and he scolded himself in his heart. What are you doing? She is a girl, and she has nothing to do with you, but you take advantage of her. It's too despicable. However, he didn't blame himself for Baiji's despicable behavior. After all, he was a ruffian. A ruffian using this opportunity to get close to a beauty didn't seem to be evil. What's more, even if a gentleman was here with Xiao Lu's strong attractiveness, perhaps he would also become a beast. It would be better for him to be like Baiji now. A kiss in exchange for a life. It didn't seem to be too much. The sound outside became more and more chaotic, and the poisonous fog in the elevator became less and less. Chiyu gradually relaxed his pressure on Xiao Lu's body, but he still kissed her fragrant lips. At this time, he also became well-behaved and even stopped sucking. He just constantly injected the filtered air into Xiao Lu's body, maintaining her body's functional state. A loud bang came from the elevator door. Chiyu pulled Xiao Lu's body and hurriedly dodged to the side. He first sent a breath of sufficient air into Xiao Lu's mouth, then separated from her lips and whispered, "The person outside is cheating on the elevator door. When the door opens later, just hold your breath and rush out. Just hold your breath and rush out. I will protect you. I think you don't want others to see us like this, right?" After saying this, Chiyu hurriedly kissed Xiao Lu again. This time, Xiao Lu did not struggle. From the moment their lips parted to the moment they kissed again, that special feeling made their hearts tremble slightly, especially Xiao Lu's. Her pale face was already flushed red. The sound of someone trying to pry open the door kept coming from outside. Chiyu's hand on Xiao Lu's waist moved slightly. There seemed to be a lot of manpower outside. When Chiyu felt the elevator door open, he quickly injected a mouthful of air into Xiao Lu's body and pushed Xiao Lu out when the elevator door was pried open. Of course, he was not at ease with the situation outside. When he pushed Xiao Lu out, the invisible thunder force quietly entered her clothes, not hurting her. It also gave her a strong defense. "Ah!" Xiao Lu, a low and deep cheer rang out. When Chiyu walked out of the elevator, he saw that Xiao Lu had thrown herself into someone's arms and burst into tears. Chiyu looked at the hugging scene in front of him and could not help but feel a little resentful. Ming Ming should be my hero saving a damsel in distress. Why doesn't Xiao Lu treat me so well? That guy only pried open the door, and he got such good treatment. However, the dissatisfaction in his heart did not last long and turned into excitement, because the exploration of his mental power told him that the man in front of him, who was hugging Xiao Lu, was one of the Zodiac guardian warriors that he was looking for. "Hurry up and call an ambulance." The man who was hugging Xiao Lu roared. The security guards behind him were so scared that two people hurriedly ran out. The people who came to harm Xiao Lu had already run away after releasing the poisonous gas. There was not even a shadow of them. At this time, Chiyu's attention fell on the man. The man in front of him looked about 30 years old. He was not very tall, about 1.75 meters, but his shoulders were abnormally broad. His broad body stood there like a small tank. His strong muscles propped up the black vest on his body. His somewhat messy hair hung down to his shoulders. His square face was full of masculinity, but his eyes were slightly small. At this time, they were constantly flashing with cold light. Obviously, he was extremely angry. "Cool." From this man, Chiyu clearly felt the word cool. "Don't cry, Xiao Lu. How are you? Is there anything wrong with your body? You scared me to death. The elevator fell from such a high place. I thought you were already." The man's voice sounded a little shaky. Gently shaking her head, Xiao Lu slowly stood up. Other than the shame and anger that Chiyu brought to her, she did not feel any discomfort at this time. Her body that had touched Chiyu was only slightly numb. What the hell is going on? Damn it, what are you security guards doing? The man roared angrily again. A security guard trembled with fear and said, We don't know what's going on. When we found out that the elevator had gone out of control, there was still that loud crash. When we rushed to the surveillance room, we found that the security guards there had been knocked out, and there seemed to be 2 people in the elevator. We looked back at the previous video and found that it was Miss Xiao Lu and this gentleman inside. So we quickly notified you and came here to rescue. The man roared angrily. It was as if the whole building was shaking. An obvious feeling of energy exploded from his body. His body was full of power. His whole body was like a time bomb. A huge amount of energy was emitted, causing the security guards to take a few steps back. Chiyu walked to the man's side and said, Miss Xiaohua's body should be fine. She was just frightened. It's better to send her to the hospital for a checkup. Just now, she also breathed in some poisonous smoke. I don't know if it's affected. The man looked at Chiyu. When their gazes met, the surrounding security guards felt as if they saw sparks colliding in the air. The man nodded slowly. He seemed to have calmed down a little. He bent down and carried Xiao Lu. Then he turned around and walked in the direction of the stairs. Chi Yu's purpose of coming here was to find him, so he naturally followed. This man was extraordinarily strong. Carrying Xiao Lu, he could actually walk as if he was flying. Every step he took was at least 3 steps. In a short while, they had arrived at the hall on the 1st floor of the Rambo International Conference Center. Why isn't the ambulance here yet? Another roar. If it wasn't for the fact that the Chinese Zodiac didn't have a Zodiac, Chi would really suspect that this guy was born in the year of a lion. Uncle, put me down. I'm fine. After a short period of adjustment, Xiao Lu was, after all, a singer. She quickly calmed down. The man put Xiao Lu down. His expression relaxed a little. He said, It's good that you're fine. If something happened to you, I'll let all the security guards here die with you. These words might be said out of anger in the ears of others, but Chiyu knew it. This man was really capable of doing it. He didn't know why, but when he heard Xiao Lu call this person uncle, his heart actually felt relaxed. He walked to Xiao Lu and said, Miss Xiao Lu, it's better for you to go to the hospital for a checkup. However, you'd better investigate this matter. It's impossible to say that no one did it on purpose. Not knowing if it was because Xiao Lu didn't dare to look at him, she lowered her head and nodded. I will. At this moment, Chi-Yu couldn't help but feel a little satisfied. He had found the person he was looking for. Just now, he had saved the damsel in distress. Although it was a little dirty, it was absolutely worth it to kiss the beauty. Turning to the man, Chi-Yu smiled and said, Hello, brother. May I know your name? The man said coldly, Changjie. Chi-Yu nodded. He also knew that it was not the right time to tell him about the Zodiac Guardian, so he could only wait. Xiao Lu whispered, Uncle, don't call the ambulance. Can you take me home? Just let my private doctor have a checkup. Changjie hesitated for a moment. But Xiao Lu looked up at him. Her eyes were very firm. I don't want to be in tomorrow's headlines. Let's go. Chi-Yu didn't want them to get rid of him, so he hurriedly said, Take my car. I'll take you home. Changjie looked at Chi-Yu suspiciously, but seeing that more and more people were gathering around, he had to nod and walk out with Xiao Lu in his arms. Chi-Yu drove his car to the gate, picked them up, and stepped on the accelerator. They quickly left the Rambo International Conference Center. Xiao Lu, do you know him? Changjie looked at Xiao Lu, who had calmed down a lot, and asked. His voice was still as deep as ever, giving people a feeling of awe and awe. Xiao Lu looked up at Chi-Yu with a complicated look in her eyes. She slowly nodded and said, kind of. Seeing that she didn't mention that he had saved her, Chi-Yu knew that this girl didn't want others to know about the embarrassing situation. Anyway, his target wasn't Xiao Lu, so he was happy to avoid trouble and drive his car. Changjie said to Chi-Yu, Brother, thank you. If you need any help in the future, just let me know. In the capital, I, Changjie, am still the #1 person. Chi-Yu smiled and said, then I'll thank you in advance. I'm afraid I'll have to look for you often in the future. It's my honor to know you, brother. We should get to know each other more in the future. No. Xiao Lu suddenly screamed. Qi Yu's words made her misunderstand that Qi Yu's target was her. Changjie looked at her in surprise and said, Xiao Lu, what's wrong with you? Xiao Lu bit her lower lip and said with hatred, Uncle, can you do me a favor? Changjie asked doubtfully, What is it? Xiao Lu looked up at Qi Yu, who was driving, and said, I want you to beat him up for me. Hearing this, Qi Yu slightly loosened his grip on the steering wheel and almost hit a car next to him. Miss Xiao Lu, you're biting the hand that feeds you. Xiao Lu looked at Qi Yu coldly and said, It's all your fault. I've thought it through. You must have arranged all of this. Otherwise, how could you know so clearly? If you didn't arrange it, why didn't we die when the elevator fell from the 20th floor? If you didn't arrange it, how could you escape from the threat of the poisonous smoke? Give me a reason. A wave of resentment rose in his heart. Qi Yu's face turned cold, and he said indifferently, When we get to your house, I'll give you a reason. Changjie didn't say anything, but the way he looked at Qi Yu had changed. The muscles on his body had obviously expanded. For him, Xiao Lu's words were obviously more trustworthy. Xiao Lu's place was not far from Longyu Courtyard. After all, the airport highway was surrounded by the wealthy area of the entire capital, and there were many villas. She lived in a villa area 3 kilometers away from Longyu Courtyard. Although it wasn't as exclusive as Longyu Courtyard, the entire area looked very high class. The green environment was very beautiful, and there was even a small, man-made waterfall and lake. It felt fresh and elegant, as if it was completely separated from the hustle and bustle of the city. Xiao Lu's villa was by the lake. It was a standalone villa. From the outside, it looked like it had 4 floors. The courtyard was about 800 square meters, and there was a round swimming pool in the courtyard. The rest of the place was covered by various plants. For Qi Yu, who was the source of nature, the environment here undoubtedly made him feel very comfortable. After parking the car in the garage beside the villa, Qi Yu was the first to jump out of the car. Changjie helped Xiao Lu out of the car. Before Xiao Lu could say anything, he held Xiao Lu's shoulder and walked up to Qi Yu. Now, you should give us an explanation. Just by standing there, the feeling that Changjie gave Qi Yu was full of dominance. It was an indomitable dominance, as if there was nothing in this world that could stop him. Qi Yu knew that this was a Zodiac guardian warrior who had awakened naturally. It felt like his aura was somewhat similar to Guanping's. However, Guanping could only be domineering after his Zodiac transformation, but this man named Changjie in front of him was filled with a domineering aura. Qi Yu smiled indifferently and said, The explanation is very simple. We are both men, so let's settle it with our fists. If I really wanted to do something to Miss Xiao Lu, I could have easily gotten what she wanted during the time we were in the elevator. Come on, didn't she ask you to beat me up? Beat me, and it will prove that she was right. On the contrary, I need her apology. Changjie did not expect Qi Yu to say it so directly. He could not help but show a trace of admiration in his eyes, and his hostility towards Qi Yu immediately decreased. Good, I like straightforward people the most. Then let's prove everything with our fists. Xiao Lu stood beside Qi Yu's car with a complicated look in her eyes. Looking at Qi Yu, she was also a little uncertain. Changjie stood 5 meters in front of Qi Yu and said, You are younger than me. Come, I will let you make the first move. Qi Yu smiled indifferently and said, Age does not mean everything. Big brother Changjie, never underestimate your enemy. As he spoke, Qi Yu took a step forward. The previously calm him suddenly burst out with a monstrous aura, and in an instant, it enveloped Changjie's body. At this moment, Qi Yu's eyes had already turned completely silver. He did not make a move, but only used his tyrannical aura to release a huge spiritual pressure on Changjie. The The sudden appearance of an enormous pressure smashed onto Changjie's body like a giant hammer. With a muffled groan, Changjie was completely unable to control his body as he retreated several steps and knelt on the ground on one knee. Circulating his energy with all his might, he was barely able to withstand Qi Yu's attack. Qi Yu looked indifferently at Changjie. At this moment, not only was Changjie's heart filled with shock, even Xiao Lu covered her mouth in shock. As a man, such a situation was something Changjie never wanted to see. His energy instantly rose to the peak, and his body had already started to change. Dark yellow energy instantly burst out, and then that dark yellow energy gradually turned into a vermilion color. The huge energy aura was like blood that surrounded his body and rapidly rotated. On every muscle, there was red lightning constantly flowing, and his muscles rapidly expanded. Originally, he was only 75 meters tall, but his body had already expanded to a height of 5 meters. Not only did his muscles not weaken because of his body's expansion, but they also expanded even more. Those twisted and twisted veins looked extremely frightening. Qi Yu still stood there without moving, but at this moment his spiritual power had already risen to the peak. Good. It seems that this Zodiac guardian god warrior in front of me has at least the strength of a 3 clouds warrior. The silver light in his eyes became even stronger, and the huge spiritual pressure was like a mountain pressing down on Changjie's body. Ah! Changjie roared towards the sky, and the long hair on his head also turned red along with his body. Then, from under his torn clothes, a patch of red chest hair appeared in front of his chest. At this moment, the huge muscles on his body were completely filled with power. The perfect body, the absolutely perfect body, had already made Qi Yu recognize his Zodiac. A light flashed in his eyes, and Qi Yu praised, "Good, what a red rabbit horse!" That's right. This was the ability that Changjie possessed. It was the Zodiac horse warrior, and it was a red rabbit horse. In front of Qi Yu's huge spiritual pressure, Changjie's huge body slowly stood up. Although the invisible pressure made all the muscles and bones in his body produce ear-piercing sounds, he still stood up without giving in. The muscles on both his arms were already filled with explosive power, but in front of Qi Yu's spiritual pressure, he couldn't throw that punch no matter what. The spiritual pressure had completely disappeared, and Changjie, who was using all his strength to resist the pressure, only felt that his body was empty. He couldn't help but rush forward a few steps. He had already arrived in front of Qi Yu. His reaction was very fast, and he didn't panic because he lost control of his body. Instead, the moment he rushed in front of Qi Yu, he swung his fist. The surging dark red energy caused the air to distort, and Changjie's fist directly bombarded towards Qi Yu's chest. Qi Yu smiled indifferently. He didn't dodge, but instead stretched out his right hand. His hand was far smaller than Changjie's, but it was that seemingly ordinary palm that forcibly blocked that incomparably domineering fist of Changjie. Zagru had once said this to Qi Yu. Among all the Zodiac guardian god warriors, the horse Zodiac warrior was the best at close combat, and the dog Zodiac warrior was a pair of close combat experts. And Changjie very quickly displayed his tyrannical combat talent in front of Qi Yu. The origin form mutation had already caused him to be in a state of berserk. Using Qi Yu's block, he had already stabilized his body, and at this moment his huge physique actually became as fast as lightning. Countless punches and kicks bombarded Qi Yu's body as if Qi Yu was a sandbag. Even Qi Yu couldn't help but be moved by Changjie's fighting style. Every punch and every kick of his seemed to be extremely fast. But in these punches and kicks, he actually used all of his strength, concentrating all of his body's energy into the attack. And the unique characteristic of the horse Zodiac was that it seemed to be able to continuously attack with all of its strength. The previous punch would be bombarded without holding back, and the next punch would be able to arrive in front of the body without any pause. Qi Yu transformed into the Thousand Hands Buddha, and with his much stronger energy than Changjia, he was able to withstand his attack. The sound of the burst of energy caused the surrounding plants to be uprooted, and it was a complete mess. Qi Yu allowed Changjia to fully display his strength and couldn't help but secretly praise in his heart. Changjia's age seemed to be similar to Hu Guang's and slightly older than Yi En and Guanping, and the explosive power he displayed was not weaker than Guanping at all. It was obvious that he already had the strength of around 5 clouds, and his origin form fusion did not have any special ability. It was completely integrated with his own strength. This kind of tyrannical body, perfect muscles, was something that even Guanping couldn't compare with. His eyes suddenly lit up. Qi Yu's original defense suddenly changed, and at the critical moment, he punched out at Changjia's fist that was aimed at his head. In the midst of the loud bang, this time Qi Yu did not hold back and displayed the power of Kirin's arm. In the midst of the loud bang, Changjia's body had already been thrown far away and fell into the swimming pool far away, causing a large splash. "Uncle!" Xiao Lu cried out involuntarily and hurriedly ran towards the direction of the swimming pool. Yu walked towards his car with somewhat heavy steps, first passing by Changjia's side, then passing by Xiao Lu. His body emitted an aura of melancholy. Even the tough guy Changjia felt a sense of sympathy. If this was a movie with Qi Yu's current performance, he could definitely fight for the Oscar for Best Male Lead. "Wait a minute." Xiao Lu called out to Qi Yu, who had already walked to the side of the car. Qi Yu didn't turn around. He opened the car door and said, "There's no need to say anything else. If you think I'm taking advantage of you, I can't help it. After all, I have nothing to compensate you with. If you feel indignant, you can use any method to retaliate against me. I live in the Dragon Realm courtyard, not far from here. Big Brother Changjia, I think you must be very confused about my strength. Actually, I didn't come to the Rambo International Conference Center to look for Xiao Lu, but to look for you." "Ah, looking for me? But we don't know each other," Changjia said in surprise. Qi Yu turned around and didn't even look at Xiao Lu. He focused his attention on Changjia. "Haven't you noticed that your energy has something in common with mine? That is because you and I belong to a special group in the Yanhuang land, a group that appeared to protect the East. Do you think that your power is a blessing from the heavens? No, it's not. Although the power you possess is bestowed by the heavens, just like the power you obtain, you are also bestowed with a heavy responsibility." Changjia frowned and looked at Qi Yu. He said, "Brother, I don't understand what you mean." Qi Yu smiled and said, "I will let you understand. I use the blood of Kirin as a guide. I call upon you in the name of Kirin, warriors of the 12 Zodiacs who guard the East. Show me your Zodiac signs." Qi Yu raised his right hand, bit his middle finger, and flicked it into the air. A drop of blood floated out. Qi Yu made a strange hand gesture, and the drop of blood suddenly floated away. A layer of faint red light spread out in a circle. The red light slowly condensed. Under Qi Yu's guidance, the light flashed and enveloped Changjia's body. The surging aura of Kirin rose to the sky. At this time, Qi Yu couldn't restrain his aura. An incomparably familiar feeling rose in Changjia's heart. His body, which was originally full of exhaustion due to excessive consumption, was rejuvenated at this moment. The energy molecules in the air could be seen clearly rushing towards his body, allowing him to regain the feeling of power. The shadow of a red horse appeared out of thin air behind Changjia. Through the reflection of the swimming pool, it was clearly displayed in his eyes. A strange light flashed, and Changjia felt as if he was in a dream. At this time, when he looked at Qi Yu again, he realized that this young man in front of him, who he didn't know, seemed to be like his own brother. The feeling of familiarity was indescribable. Qi Yu smiled and said indifferently, "Do you understand?" Changjia nodded slowly. "I think I understand." Qi Yu said, "You and I are members of the Zodiac Guardian God Warriors. The power we have exists to protect the East. Through the guidance of spiritual power, I found your aura in this vast sea of people, so I went to find you. When I arrived at Lawnbow's place, you happened to take the elevator down. I chased after you, but when I came to the first floor from the 26th floor, you had already taken the elevator up. Just when I was about to chase after you, Miss Xiao Lu rushed into the elevator. I can only use the word coincidence to describe Miss Lu's suspicions towards me. There's nothing else I can say. Brother Changjie, I think you need some time to accept it. I will wait for you at the Dragon Field courtyard. I hope you won't make me wait too long. After saying this, Chiyu turned around and was about to get into the car. Wait a minute. Changjie stopped Chiyu, making him turn back. Is there anything else? Chiyu asked faintly. Changjie awkwardly looked at Xiao Lu, who had his head lowered, and said, Brother, I understand that today's matter is indeed a misunderstanding. However, since you said that I am the Zodiac guardian god, then what are you in the Zodiac? Why do you have such great power? I can feel that your spiritual power is many times stronger than mine. If you didn't give in to me, I'm afraid that I wouldn't even be able to resist your spiritual pressure. Chi Yu raised both his hands, grabbing onto the left and right lapels of his shirt. With a forceful tug, the buttons flew off in all directions, revealing his firm and broad chest. A vivid and lifelike image of a silver and black qilin appeared there, a faint energy circulating. The dazzling image not only attracted Changjie's gaze, it also attracted Xiao Lu's. Qi Yu's body exuded a wild aura. At this moment, coupled with the dazzling Kirin pattern, his figure was like a magnet that attracted Xiao Lu's attention. Chapter 176. Qi Yu said indifferently, The 12 Zodiac guardian gods are not all. There is a different kind among all the Zodiac guardian gods, and that is me, the king of the Zodiac guardian gods, Kirin. He got into the car and closed the door with a low sound. The beast-like Audi Q7 turned around and left. When Chiyu left, Xiao Lu clearly saw the indifference in Chiyu's eyes through the front windshield. She didn't know why, but her heart suddenly ached. Uncle, Xiao Lu's beautiful voice suddenly became a little hoarse. Changjie comforted her. It's not your fault. After all, with your current identity and situation, it's inevitable that you will be a little suspicious. I don't think Mr. Qi is such a narrow-minded person. You can explain it to him when you have the chance in the future. Greece, Athens. Sitting cross-legged on the main seat of the temple, Yamu continued her daily training. Suddenly, she opened her purple eyes, and her expression was full of surprise. She said to herself, His aura finally appeared again. I knew it, he wouldn't disappear so easily. The surprise in her eyes could not be concealed. The real you is finally back. Your aura is still so strong. It seems that it's time to fulfill your promise. A faint smile appeared on Yama's lips, and the sacred aura formed a light purple halo around her body. Qi Yu did not return to the Dragon Field courtyard. He had not finished his task for the day. As he drove towards the south of the capital, he thought about Xiao Lu's misunderstanding of him. He shook his head, helplessly. Humans nowadays were too cautious and suspicious, and it alienated people. Even the seemingly pure Xiao Lu was like this. The beauties at home were better. The sweetness between Xiao Lu's lips still lingered on Chiyu's lips. Soon, he drove to the South Third Ring Road. Because of the previous delay, the morning rush hour had passed. There were no more traffic jams. Chiyu easily found the location of his target based on his mental energy senses. However, he could not help but be a little stunned when he arrived. At that time, it was a nightclub. It didn't look big, and the decorations on the outside were very simple, let alone the inside. It was still morning, and the nightclub named Hot Spot hadn't opened for business yet. The target that Chi Yu was looking for was in this nightclub. Chi Yu parked the car and pushed the door open. Although it wasn't open yet, the nightclub's doors weren't closed. There was a cleaner cleaning the hall. When he saw Chiyu enter, he revealed a surprised expression. He casually pointed to the stairs beside him and said, "You're here for an interview, right? The interview is on the second floor. Turn left and you'll see the second room." Interview. Interview for what? Chiyu gave him a strange look, but he didn't say anything and went straight upstairs. He heard the cleaner muttering to himself, "He looks average," but his figure was not bad. "It seems that there's going to be one more duck." Chiyu's whole body stiffened. *CK, he actually thought that I'm here to be a duck. Oh my God. However, because of the cleaner's words, Chiyu was even more confused about the identity of the last Zodiac guardian warrior. According to the guidance of his mental strength, he went directly to the highest third floor of the nightclub. The lower two floors were the hall and private rooms. The highest floor was obviously not renovated. There were rooms on both sides of the corridor, and the hygiene was very poor. Even the floor of the corridor could clearly see all kinds of garbage and a thick layer of dust. Chiyu walked all the way to the end of the corridor and stopped in front of a room. Yes, it was here. The clear guidance of his mental strength told him that the person he was looking for was in this room. He raised his hand and knocked on the door a few times. Chiyu couldn't help but be full of expectations. As long as he found the last Zodiac guardian warrior, his task before going to Greece would be considered completed. After gathering all the manpower, the strength of the Zodiac guardian warrior would definitely be a level higher. Now he only hoped that the last Zodiac guardian warrior, the pig, could also be an innate awakened, like Changjia before. In this case, he could waste a lot of energy. After waiting for a long time, the door opened. When Chiyu saw the person in front of him, he couldn't help but be a little surprised. It was a young man. At least from his appearance, he could tell that he was not much older than Vol. His height was similar to Changjia's, but compared to Changjia's muscles, he was far inferior. His fat body almost blocked the entire door, but his skin was quite fair. His 5-inch hair was combed into a Mohican style, and the ends of his hair were dyed yellow. His fat face looked like a meatball. Perhaps it was because he was too fat, but the skin on his face was protruding and it looked quite smooth. It was difficult to see his eyeballs under the pressure of the fat, and there was a wretched and lascivious glint in those lifeless eyes. He had 2 small mustaches under his nose, which made him look much older than his actual age. Looking up at Chiyu, Fatso said listlessly, "What? You're new here, right? Damn, I've already said, don't let people live here anymore. Aren't you afraid of getting infected?" Chiyu frowned slightly. He took a step forward and pushed Fatso away and walked into his room. As soon as he entered the door, Chiyu almost fell over from the foul smell. Damn, as expected of the pig Zodiac. How is this a place for people to live? It's clearly a pigsty. Dirty clothes were scattered everywhere in the room, and the floor was covered with cigarette butts, ash, and all kinds of garbage. Compared to this place, the corridor outside could be called a medical room. Is this a place for people to live? Although Chiyu had lived in a basement before, his place was much better than Fatso's. Fatso curled his lips. Damn, I didn't invite you here. Get lost. Chiyu glanced at Fatso from head to toe. This guy was wearing pants that looked like he hadn't washed it for at least a month. His upper body was exposed, and his hands were patting his fat belly. From him, Chiyu felt a depraved aura. However, he didn't have any contempt or disdain because of Fatso's appearance. After all, before he became a Zodiac guardian warrior, he was just a ruffian. Here, throwing a cigarette to Fatso. Chiyu also took one. Let's go out and talk. The air here is too bad. As he spoke, he flicked his hand and lit Fatso's cigarette, then lit his own cigarette and walked out of the room. Fatso was stunned with the cigarette in his mouth and rubbed his small eyes. He really suspected that he was seeing things at that moment, because he saw that the flame that lit the cigarette actually came from Chiyu's thumb. Subconsciously, he followed Chiyu out of the room, puffing out a standard smoke ring. Chiyu stood in the corridor and asked, "What are you doing here? What's your name?" Fatso looked at Chiyu's hand and answered subconsciously, "My name is Guanjing, and my nickname is Xiaojing. What do you think I do?" The cigarette slipped out of his mouth unconsciously. Although Chiyu had already guessed the identity of this Fatso, he couldn't help but open his mouth in surprise when he heard it from his mouth. You can also be a gigolo?" Guanjing snorted and said, "Damn, you're really uncivilized. What do you mean by gigolo? We're a gigolo, okay? Our body is a hot topic, the one that women like the most. What's more, I'm never picky with customers, and I take more work than anyone else. Whether it's men or women, they all like me like this. Yesterday, a handsome guy said that my butt is thick enough and it's cool enough. Damn, this is a typical example of not being ashamed but proud, not picky with food. If I don't call you Xiao Jing again." Chiyu looked at Guanjing in front of him, dumbfounded, speechless. He had never expected that the last Zodiac guardian god warrior would be like this. Guanjing snorted disdainfully. "You're here, so what good can you be? Aren't you the same as me? But if you want to live here, you have to show your filial piety to me first. No matter what, I came here first." While saying that, he rubbed his right thumb, index finger, and middle finger. A wretched smile appeared on his chubby face. "Let's get out of here." Chiyu finally calmed down after a short period of shock. No matter what he did before, after all, this guy called Guanjing was a Zodiac guardian warrior. He inherited the bloodline of the pig Zodiac. "Leave here." Guanjing looked at Chiyu in surprise. "Why do I have to leave here? Do you want to keep me?" Through the spiritual force scan, Chiyu had already found out that this guy was not an innate awakened. Until now, his ability was still not awakened. However, just like Yan Xiaoyi's horn, as a pig Zodiac, his body also had some changes. "If you want to keep me, you can consider it. But my price is very high. At least you have to give me 1,000 yuan a day. Then I will consider it. How about it? Also, you have to provide food and shelter. Whether you want to attack or receive, I will satisfy you." Guanjing looked at Chiyu obscenely and laughed. Looking at his wretched appearance and trembling fat, Chiyu couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. He snorted and said, "Keep your head. If I'm not wrong, you should be sick by now." Hearing Chiyu's words, Guanjing's expression changed drastically. She cried out involuntarily, How did you know?" Chiyu chuckled and said, "Is it because your lower body is red and swollen, and there's a protrusion on your butt?" Guanjing looked at Chiyu with a trace of fear in her eyes and subconsciously took a few steps back. "The boss asked you to look for me, didn't he?" With a plop, his fat body actually knelt on the ground and cried loudly. With snot and tears running down his face, he said, "Big brother, please don't let the boss drive me away. I still have an 80-year-old mother and a 3-year-old baby at home, waiting for me to earn money to go back and save the emergency. Big brother, I know I'm sick. It seems to be cauliflower disease, but I will definitely cure it as soon as possible. Please, big brother, say something good to the boss. At most, I'll be the first to serve you after I'm cured." Chiyu held back his laughter and said with a straight face, "You know you're sick, but you still dare to stay here? Your illness is not something a doctor can treat. Brat, your life is ruined." How old was he? If it was a Zodiac pig, it was only 1 year older than Vol. At his age, how could he have an 80-year-old mother and a 3-year-old child? Guanjing looked at Chiyu in fear. No. Big brother, I'll definitely be able to cure it. Just say something good to the boss. Just leave me. At most, I'll give the boss more of my commission in the future. I'll just take 100 yuan for a customer." Chiyu frowned and said, "Do you want to continue like this? Don't you want to leave this place?" Guanjing was slightly taken aback and said bitterly, "Leave this place? Big brother, as you can see, someone like me can't eat anywhere else. I don't have a degree, and I don't have any ability. I can only rely on my own body. I hope to earn more while I'm young. In the future, I'll be satisfied with opening a small business. Big brother, just let me live." "Get up, brother." Chiyu helped Guanjing up. His fat body was no different from the weight of straw in Chiyu's hands. Looking at Chiyu's gentle gaze, the fear in Guanjing's heart weakened a little, and he tentatively asked, "Big brother, are you still going to drive me away?" "Chiyu, I'm not driving you away, but taking you away. How much money can you make here in a day?" Guanjing scratched his head, and the Mohican hair on his head trembled a few times. He muttered, "When it's good, there can be 200 or 300. When it's bad, there might not be a single customer. After all, my physical condition is poor. If I didn't have a special hobby, why would people choose me? Big brother, how about I give you 30% of my income every day in the future, and you put in a good word for me with the boss?" Looking at him, Chiyu couldn't help but feel sad. No one was born to do this. If it wasn't for livelihood, why would he be forced to do this? He sighed and said, "How about this? You come with me, and you don't have to receive customers anymore. I'll take care of your food and accommodation, and I'll give you 3,000 yuan a month. Are you willing?" Guanjing was stunned and looked at Chiyu as if he was looking at a monster. "Big brother, you really want to provide for me? Although the price is the first point, let's make it clear that I won't do S&M, and the price you're offering, I can only do it once a day at most. F***CK, is your servility so strong?" Chiyu kicked Guanjing's fat body and made him tumble. "Come with me. You're my brother from now on. You don't need to receive customers. As long as you call me boss, I'll follow you in the future." Although Guanjing was kicked, he didn't feel angry at all. His eyes lit up, and looking at Chiyu's stalwart figure, he said excitedly, "Big brother, are you in the underworld? Well, then I'll follow you. Big brother, do you know? My idol has always been the prepuce in the gangsters. But my illness—" Chiyu was completely speechless this time. "Don't talk nonsense. Come with me, I'll cure your illness, and the conditions I said just now are the same. You don't need to receive customers. But let's make it clear, once you follow me, you can't regret it. Whatever I tell you to do, you have to do it, otherwise humph." As he spoke, Chiyu stretched out his right hand. A red light instantly spread, and the door of Guanjing's room completely turned into ashes in an instant. Guanjing looked at Chiyu with his mouth wide open. "Oh my God! I'm not dreaming, am I?" Chiyu walked in front of him and said indifferently, "Come with me. You don't need to bring anything. From today on, you're my little brother." Guanjing tentatively said, Can I still regret it now?" Chiyu looked at him coldly and said, "If you're like that door, then do whatever you want." Towards this kind of guy, threatening him was obviously more effective than winning him over. Chiyu didn't directly bring Guanjing back. Instead, he brought him to a bath center and thoroughly cleaned him up. Then he bought him a new set of clothes and brought him back to Dragon Field Courtyard. When leaving the nightclub with Chiyu, Guanjing was still a little reluctant. But when she saw Chiyu's precious car, she immediately changed into a different person. She called him boss, 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 and boss more affectionately than the vole. "Master, I'll leave this guy to you. He's the Zodiac hunter. I think it's better for you to come than for me to wake him up." As soon as Chiyu returned, he threw Guanjing to Zagru. In terms of patience, he was much worse than Master Zagru. Amitabha, Chiyu, you finally finished everything. Our Zodiac guardian god warriors are finally complete. Zagru seemed very excited, although Guanjing's appearance was really hard for him to accept, especially that Mohican hairstyle. But finding all the Zodiac guardian god warriors still made him full of excitement. Throwing Guanjing to Master, Chiyu secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Frankly speaking, he was very sympathetic to Guanjing's experience. On the way back, Guanjing told him he was an orphan from childhood, born in Yangzhou. Yangzhou's conditions were far inferior to the capital. The state's relief was also much worse than the capital. From the age of 11 or 12, he had to travel everywhere to make a living. He worked in MLM, worked as an assistant chef and finally came to the capital to become a male butler. Compared to him, Chi Yu felt that he was much luckier. Fortunately, Guan Jing was still young, and there would be time to adjust in the future. There was another reason why Chi Yu threw him to Master. He hoped that through Master's Buddha's energy, he could resolve all kinds of negative emotions in his heart and adjust his body that had suffered a lot. Chi Yu, there was a call for you just now. Ming Ming walked down from the chair. Seeing Chi Yu, she floated over and pulled his big hand. Chi Yu smiled faintly. After he came back, Ming Ming's original liveliness was restored. Who was looking for me? Ming Ming smiled mysteriously, saying, Guess. Looking at her appearance, Chi Yu couldn't help but be moved, saying, It wouldn't be a call from Greece, right? Ming Ming looked at him in surprise, saying, How did you know? Chi Yu smiled mischievously, saying, Because I'm smart. Ming Ming made a vomiting gesture. Smart? I don't know who was expelled from school, but you guessed it right, it was from Greece. It was that Athena. She said that she hoped we could go to Greece as soon as possible to fulfill the original promise. Chi Yu's eyes flashed, and he said to himself, She actually knows I'm back. From Greece to Yanhuang, such a distance, she can still feel my aura. It seems that I still underestimated her. Ming Ming looked at Chi Yu expectantly. Then when are we going? That Lin Fan was not something she needed to think about. Being able to go to Greece with Chi Yu was what she wanted the most. The two had been separated for half a year. When Chi Yu returned, Ming Ming had unknowingly found that her dependence on Chi Yu had become stronger and stronger. Chi Yu smiled and said, Did Yema say anything else? Ming Ming said, She said that if we set a time to go, we should call her in advance, and she will send someone to pick us up. Do you think this is a good idea? Chi Yu smiled slightly and said, What's not good about it? We are not familiar with Athens, so let's wait for her to pick us up. Give her a call and ask her to send someone over in 5 days. 5 days is enough for me to settle things here. This time, we're not only going to Greece, but also to Europe. Ming Ming nodded and left excitedly. She had never been abroad before. This time, she could go abroad with her beloved. How could she not be happy? Chi Yu, there is a gentleman and a lady looking for you. Uncle Zhou quietly came behind Chi Yu and said, Looking for me? Chi Yu turned around and looked at Uncle Zhou in surprise. His heart skipped a beat. He had already guessed who it was, but he didn't expect them to arrive so quickly. Uncle Zhou nodded and said, You have become more and more mature now. I really did not misjudge you. Chi Yu was still very respectful to Uncle Zhou, so he nodded to him and walked to the hall. As Chi Yu expected, it was Changjie and Xiao Lu who came. At this time, Xiao Lu had changed her clothes. The original black dress was replaced with a light blue one, but the style was still the same. Her long black hair was neatly hanging behind her. Even though it was not the first time that Chi Yu saw her long hair that was close to the ground, it still made Chi Yu feel amazed. Seeing Chi Yu, Xiao Lu hurriedly stood up and showed an apologetic look to Chi Yu. Mr. Chi, I am really sorry for what happened before. Uncle, and I specially came to apologize to you. Thank you very much for saving my life today. If you need my help in the future, Xiao Lu will definitely not refuse. Chi Yu walked to the front of the two of them and smiled slightly. He pointed to the sofa and said, It's nothing. I have already forgotten what happened in the morning. It's just a small matter. However, if Miss Xiao Lu is really willing to help me, I have a request. Xiao Lu looked at Chi Yu in surprise. This time, she came to express her apology to Chi Yu, and secondly, to express her goodwill to Chi Yu. After her and Changjie's analysis, they felt that Chi Yu must not be an ordinary person. Moreover, he saved her life, so she specially came to apologize. However, she did not expect that Chi Yu would ask her for help without hesitation. Chi Yu said with a smile, Actually, it's nothing. I just want to ask Miss Xiao Lu to be the image spokesperson of my company. As for the question of remuneration, we can discuss it. Before Xiao Lu opened her mouth, Changjie had already rushed to say, Image spokesperson? Perhaps Mr. Chi still doesn't know that Xiao Lu never does any advertisement. She just sings. Her interest is in singing, and she doesn't want to do anything else. Chi looked at Changjie and said with a smile, "Brother Changjie, don't call me Mr., just call me by my name. I've thought about it, and this endorsement is the most suitable for Miss Xiao Lu. The advertisement won't take up too much of Miss Xiao Lu's time. Moreover, I think if Miss Xiao Lu sees the product that our company is going to endorse, she will be very interested." Xiao Lu said with some curiosity, "Mr. Chi saved Xiao Lu's life. If you just ask me to help you with an advertisement, Xiao Lu will definitely not refuse, as long as it's not those revealing advertisements." Because Xiao Lu was Changjie's niece, and Chi Yu had shown his strength in front of them. Hearing this, he didn't hide much. He took out the Kirin bead from his clothes, and with a flash of light, there was already a sky-blue fruit in his hand. The dazzling beauty of the Kirin bead made Xiao Lu's gaze stagnate for a full second. When she saw that Chi Yu actually took out a strange fruit from the Kirin bead, she couldn't help but open her small mouth slightly in surprise. Looking at Xiao Lu's appearance, Chi Yu couldn't help but think of the scene in the elevator and said with a smile, "What I want Miss Xiao Lu to endorse is actually just some fruits. When the time comes, I only need to take some pictures of Miss Xiao Lu eating fruits. How can it be exposed?" As he spoke, he handed the sky-blue fruit in his hand to Xiao Lu and continued saying, "This fruit is one of the varieties of my company. Everything is completely natural and has no pollution. Not only does it taste good, but it's also very beneficial to one's health. Its purity is very similar to Miss Xiao Lu's temperament. That's why I hope that you can help me with this. I think that this kind of advertisement shouldn't be a problem." The answer was finally revealed. The company that Chi Yu wanted Ryue to register was a company that dealt in fruits. This was something that he had already thought about during the era of the ancient beasts. In order to help the humans of the ancient beasts fight against the Jili people, Chi Yu had decided to send over some firearms with ordinary power. The source of these firearms was naturally Huguang and Yi and Sacred Flame Sect. However, although they were all brothers, Chi Yu wouldn't forcefully take things from others. After all, the Sacred Flame Sect sold these things for a profit, so he could just buy them directly. However, the money needed to buy weapons wasn't a small amount. Therefore, during the era of the ancient beasts, Chi Yu had already thought about using items from the ancient beasts to make money in the modern world. Then he would use the money to buy weapons and send them back to the ancient beasts era. What items from the ancient beasts era couldn't be found in the modern world? After Chi Yu thought about it carefully, he realized that the easiest way to generate profits through management was through fruits. Those were definitely fruits that had no pollution. Those special varieties couldn't be cultivated in the modern world. Although they were only selling fruits, it was definitely a monopoly industry. Other than them, who could use the Kunlun mirrors to go back to the ancient beasts era? Who else could obtain such special fruits? Therefore, the main business of the Kirin Group was fruits. The warehouse that Chi Yu had asked Ryue to prepare was also for storing fruits. As long as he made a trip to the ancient beasts era, with his current energy level, the amount that the Kirin pearls could store would definitely be terrifying. It would be enough for business purposes. Xiao Lu took the fruit from Chi Yu's hands. The sky-blue fruit didn't seem to have any flaws. The crystal-clear fruit could even see the juice flowing inside. That didn't look like a fruit at all. It was simply like a huge sapphire. This is a fruit? Why haven't I heard of it before? Chi Yu smiled and said, "If you have heard of it, then we don't need to do business anymore. Miss Xiao Lu, if you trust me, then please try it. I think you will never be able to forget the taste of it." One must know that the fruit he took out was one of the best-tasting fruits from the ancient beasts era. The name that Chi Yu had given to it was sapphire. Xiao Lu didn't hesitate this time, because she didn't want Chi Yu to feel that she was suspicious of her. She brought the sky-blue fruit to her lips. The thin skin broke at the touch of her teeth. A clear and sweet juice filled Xiao Lu's mouth in an instant. That sweet taste and that fresh fragrance spread to every corner of her body in the blink of an eye. It was as if all 36,000 pores on her body had opened up. The smooth and tender flesh was eaten by her in just a short while. Chiyu smiled. It's called sapphire. Not only does it have the effect of clearing the tendons and activating the blood vessels, its biggest characteristic is that it can replace perfume. It's suitable for women to eat and release the fragrance of a woman's body perfectly. After every woman eats it, the fragrance released is different. Therefore, it's definitely unique. It can't be replaced by any other fruit. Chapter 177. Chiyu smiled and said, "Whether I'm a fraud or not, Miss Xiaolu will understand once she experiences the effects of the sapphire fruit. In a few days, I will send the fruits launched by our group to the relevant departments of the state for ingredient testing. Before they are officially launched, they will be fully presented to the public so that the public can eat these fruits with peace of mind." Changjie looked at Chiyu non-committally. In his heart, he still found it hard to accept that there was a fruit that could open up one's meridians and stimulate one's body to produce fragrance. This was really too unbelievable. However, just because Changjie didn't believe it didn't mean that Xiao Lu didn't believe it either. Looking at Chiyu, Xiao Lu suddenly asked, "Mr. Qi, how long can the fragrance of this sapphire fruit last?" Chiyu smiled and said, "Miss Xiao Lu, today's misunderstanding is over. If it's possible, we can be considered friends now. You can just call me by my name." As for the lasting effect of the sapphire fruit, it was still hard to say. It needed to be confirmed through various experiments. After all, everyone's body condition was different. Simply put, there was a huge difference between men and women. However, according to my friend, the aroma lasts for about a week after eating it. Furthermore, the aroma stimulated by the sapphire fruit is completely your own aroma. Even if it doesn't please others, at least it can completely please yourself. It will make you feel good all the time, be it mentally or physiologically. It will definitely have a good adjustment effect. He, Wen-Ting, and Snow Girl had all eaten this sapphire fruit. It was precisely because of the existence of the sapphire fruit and a few other special fruits with peculiar effects that Chiyu was determined to return to the modern era to set up a fruit company. As the saying goes, the rarer something is, the greater its value. Chiyu believed that his Kirin group would be able to monopolize the original ecological fruits. He would definitely be able to earn enough money to do what he wanted to do. To Chiyu, money wasn't that important. After all, he didn't need money at all. However, as a man, he couldn't live without money. He didn't want others to say that he was a man who lived off a woman. As for what the Kirin group would do in the future, he had already thought about it very clearly. A portion of it was used to purchase firearms and send them to the ancient beast age to support the humans there. When the humans were able to fight against the Jilly people, they would stop the supply of firearms. If he had extra money, then he would do what he did at the charity auction that day. Since he had no use for it, he might as well generously give it back to society so that people like him who needed help could get better help. Although he was an orphan and had never experienced the warmth of a family, it was the experience of an orphan. It made him deeply understand how important social welfare was to the disadvantaged. All right, I agree to endorse Kirin Group. When can we sign the contract? Xiao Lu smiled at Chiyu and made a prompt decision to agree to Chiyu's request. Chiyu was stunned for a moment before he couldn't help but reveal a look of admiration in his eyes. He liked people who were straightforward. How could he not be happy that Xiao Lu had agreed to his request? As her uncle, Changjie felt that Xiao Lu was being too impulsive. "Xiao Lu, do you want to reconsider?" Xiao Lu smiled and shook her head. "There's no need. I believe in Mr. Qi." "Oh no, it's Chiyu. Uncle, if you had eaten the sapphire fruit yourself, I think you would have been conquered by it." "That's right. If you hadn't tried it yourself, you would never be able to understand the beauty of the sapphire fruit." The faint fragrance always filled the mouth. Xiao Lu had been very picky since she was a child. She was very picky about what she ate and only liked some bland food. This was the first time in her life that she didn't even know how to eat fruit when she was eating it. She was frightened today, but after eating the sapphire fruit, the comfort that spread to her limbs and bones made her heart calm down. Well, Miss Xiao Lu is a straightforward person. I thank you in advance. However, how much does Miss Xiao Lu want? To be honest, I don't know anything about business. You can talk to Ryua about the price. I think she will give you a reasonable price. Xiao Lu looked at Chiyu and shook her head. There's no need. I think you should be able to confirm my payment. My request is very simple. Provide me with a sapphire fruit every week. At the same time, if your company has any other good fruits, I hope you can sell them to me at a discount. Is that okay? This time, not only was Changjie surprised, but even Chiyu was a little surprised. Is this still the Xiao Lu who was guarding against me like a thief in the morning? How did she suddenly become so easy to talk to? However, he was still very good at seizing the opportunity. Before Changjie spoke, he quickly said, "This is no problem. There's no need for a discount. As long as our company has new fruit varieties, we will definitely send some to Miss Xiao Lu to taste. Then we have a deal." Changjie made a disdainful gesture to Chiyu. "Profiteer." Chiyu smiled slightly and said, "Am I really a profiteer? You should know after half a year. I think the reward I give to Miss Xiao Lu is definitely not small." Seeing that Xiao Lu had already decided, Changjie couldn't say anything more. He said helplessly, "That's fine too. But the endorsement time is temporarily set at 1 year. It can't be too long. After all, Xiao Lu still has a lot of things to do. It's not certain how it will develop in the future." Chiyu nodded and said, "1 year is enough. As long as our company's brand is out, I think even if there is no advertising in the future, it will still be unusually popular. Well, the matter of inviting Miss Xiao Lu to endorse has been settled. Now, it's time to talk about Brother Changjie's problem." Changjie nodded. This time they had come for 2 reasons. One was for Xiao Lu to apologize to Chiyu, and the other was about the Zodiac guardian god that Chiyu had mentioned. Everything that Chiyu had shown at that time, not to mention Xiao Lu, even Changjie, who had the ability of the Zodiac horse, was extremely surprised. Chiyu's words were equivalent to bringing him to the door of another world. Whether it was out of curiosity or the attraction of powerful strength, he had to make a trip to the Dragon Field courtyard. "Today, I found out that our Yanhuang land still has the Zodiac guardian god system. I want to know more about the Zodiac guardian god. Can I ask you?" Chiyu laughed in his heart, but pretended to be in a difficult position. He said, "Brother Changjie, I can tell you everything about the Zodiac guardian god warriors. However, there is a prerequisite, and that is that you must join us. Only when you become one of my own can I tell you everything without holding anything back. I hope you can understand." Changjie frowned and said, "If I join you, I must first know what your organization does. After I join, what do I have to do?" Chiyu smiled slightly. He said, "It can be simple, but it can also be complicated. When there is nothing going on, we are all friends. You can do whatever you want, and no one will interfere with your personal affairs. However, when Yan Huang needs us, we have to do what we have to do at the first instant. Our lives can be in danger at any time. Perhaps you don't believe me, but about half a year ago, I lost my right arm because of a special mission. This arm was reattached using a special method." "Xiao Lu," said Chiyu, "what you said is a little too general. Can you be more specific?" Chiyu looked at Xiao Lu and said, "Miss Xiao Lu, I hope that after you leave here, you will not tell anyone about what you saw and heard today. Otherwise, I don't mind killing." Changjie's expression changed, and he stood up suddenly. "Are you threatening us?" Chiyu smiled faintly and said, "The Zodiac Guardian Warriors can't be said to be a secret. However, if the public knows of our existence, I'm afraid I won't have to do anything. The country won't be polite to you. Big Brother Changjia, before you join us, I can't tell you more secrets. However, I can let you know that the Zodiac Guardian Warriors can be said to be the country's sharpest knife, but we are not truly controlled by the country. Can you understand if I put it this way? Changjia and Xiao Lu looked at each other, and both fell into deep thought. At this moment, Guan Ping stretched his body and walked down the stairs. When he saw Xiao Lu, his eyes couldn't help but reveal a trace of surprise. Boss, it can't be. It's only been one night. How did you bring back another beauty? This beauty looks very familiar. Chi Yu said sourly, no one will think that you're mute if you don't speak. This is Miss Xiao Lu, and this is our new partner, Big Brother Changjia of the Zodiac Horse Warrior. Guan Ping walked over quickly. In Chi Yu's impression, Guan Ping was a very steady person. But perhaps it was because he often hung out with Hu Guang, and Ian, his gentlemanly appearance was actually a bit wretched. It's actually Miss Xiao Lu. No wonder you look so familiar. You're a superstar. You must give me an autograph. Come, sign it on my hand. I promise I won't wash my hands. As he said that, Guan Ping moved closer to Xiao. Lu Chi Yu raised his hand and grabbed Guan Ping's shoulder. AV Manager, did you not have enough of last night's battle? Don't worry, I will definitely satisfy you. This, Big Brother, just pretend I didn't say anything. By the way, when I was practicing, I suddenly had a sudden inspiration. I need to go back to my room and think about it carefully. I'll go back first. Miss Xiao Lu and the new brother, sit down. As he said that, Guan Ping quickly disappeared in front of the three people. Looking at his flustered appearance, Chi Yu couldn't help but feel a bit funny. Guan Ping, a Ph.D. in genetic research. As for what he really studied, I'm not too clear. At the same time, he is also a dog Zodiac warrior of our Zodiac Guardian God Warriors. Of course, what he inherited is not the ability of an ordinary dog, but the lion mastiff. Changjia said, how many Zodiac Guardian God Warriors are there in total? Chi Yu said with a smile, do I still need to ask this question? The 12 Zodiacs are naturally 12 people. Including me, there are a total of 13. Xiao Lu suddenly said, what about Ruyue? Is she also one? Chi nodded and said, yes, she is the most powerful Zodiac warrior besides me. Her Zodiac sign is dragon. I also know that it may be hard for you to accept suddenly saying this. How about this, Big Brother Changjia? If possible, you can move here for a period of time. Our Zodiac Guardian God Warriors have all kinds of people. There are students, teachers, gangsters, ruffians like me, intellectuals like Old Guan, and successful people like Riyue. I think, as long as you are in contact with them, I don't need to explain anything. You will also integrate into our group. Changjia said, are you so sure? I am a practical person. I want to know what benefits I can get by joining you. Chi Yu spread his hands and said, benefits? I'm afraid not. At least there is no salary. However, if you want to further improve your strength and master the special ability of the Zodiac Guardian God Warriors, then you will not be disappointed here. The strength of our Zodiac Guardian God Warriors is already very strong. When you see what we really want to do, you will understand everything. There's one more thing that I think will be easier for you to accept. Even after you join us, no one will stop you if you want to quit. Of course, you can't tell anyone about us. That's it. Chi Yu nodded and said, that's it. Changjia thought for a moment and said, okay, then I will stay and see what's so special about the Zodiac Guardian God. Chi Yu faintly smiled and said, then Big Brother Changjia, go upstairs, turn left on the second floor, and you'll find a new Zodiac warrior there. He's also the last Zodiac warrior. Our Zodiac Guardian God's Heaven's Guide Master Zaglu is currently explaining everything about the Zodiac warriors to him. Once you're there, you'll naturally be able to learn everything you want to know. At the same time, you'll also be able to obtain a cultivation method that truly suits you. Changjia looked at Xiao Lu beside him and said, "Xiao Lu, what about you?" Xiao Lu said, "Uncle, you can go. Isn't Chiyu here to accompany me? I will trouble him to send me back later. In any case, this place is very close to where we live." Chiyu smiled and said, "I will be happy to help." Changjia hurriedly went to Zagrua's room. Chiyu was sitting on the sofa, complacently. Although Changjia still had some doubts, he believed that with Master Zagrua's patience and knowledge of the Zodiac warrior, he would be able to integrate into this group in no time. Bang! With a bang, the door to the villa's main hall was kicked open. When Chiyu and Xiao Lu's gazes shifted over, a rotund figure walked in from outside. The first to enter was her pair of large breasts. It was the Ox Zodiac warrior, Mo Dandin, whom they had met yesterday. "Oh my God, don't you know how to open the door? Don't tell me your hands are only good for wiping your ass?" Chiyu said impatiently. He didn't mind showing his vulgar side in front of Xiao Lu. After all, he was the real ruffian Kirin. When Mo Dan saw Chiyu, she immediately became angry. "Damn, Kirin, are you looking to die? Call me Dan Mo Shan. If I hear you call me to touch your balls again, I will crush you to death." F***CK. Hearing her words, Chiyu was speechless. She was simply a delinquent. However, for a delinquent like Mo Dan, even a gangster would stay away from her. She was no longer a dinosaur, but a terror level. "Mo Dan, I think I should have a talk with you." As Chiyu spoke, his eyes lit up. With a wave of his hand, the greenish-gray wind thundercloud force came out and turned into a huge hand that grabbed Mo Dan's body and brought her in front of him. With Mo Dandin's initial cloud strength, the difference between him and Chiyu was like heaven and earth. Xiao Lu's expression changed. The people she usually interacted with were all civilized people full of art. After listening to the conversation between Chiyu and Mo Dan, it was impossible for her to accept it. She just had a good impression of Chiyu, but it immediately slipped away. She subconsciously asked, "This is?" Chiyu answered naturally, "She is a Zodiac warrior. We just discovered her. She is not an innate awakened like your uncle, so her strength is still very weak. You can just call her Cow." "Damn, Kirin, Just as Mo Dan said this angrily, her ability to speak was sealed by Chiyu. Chiyu smiled indifferently and said, "I'll say it and you'll listen. Mo Dandin, from now on, you'd better change your temper, or else. Otherwise, I'll beat you up every time I see you. Although I never hit women before. Since you are one of the Zodiac Guardian Warriors, I don't see you as a woman. You better be careful. I know you hate me now, right? I welcome you to take revenge at any time, but first you need to have the ability to take revenge. At the very least, you need to surpass Ryua's strength." Whether it was love or hate, they were both extremely powerful energy. Under the promotion of love or hate, miracles could easily happen. Love was definitely out of the question. However, you wanted to make use of this hatred. Chiyu swung his right hand, and under the effect of the thundercloud force, Mo Dan had already been sent out of the door by him. At the same time, he had also injected a special energy into Mo Dan's body. If she wanted to recover her ability to move and speak, she would have to dissolve Chiyu's energy. Chiyu's calculations were very accurate. Without 4 hours of full-strength attack, it was impossible for his seal to be broken. Xiao Lu didn't stay any longer. She really didn't want to be contaminated by Chiyu's ruffian aura and affect her temperament. She didn't even let Chiyu send her off. She put on a pair of sunglasses and took a taxi back. Chiyu did not send her off with his mental powers range of control. He only needed to monitor Xiao Lu's safe return home. Master Zagru was not only a generation of Heaven's Guide, but also an eminent monk who had inherited the power of Buddha for 10 generations. It could be said that he was enlightened or baptized. He spent a whole day explaining. Not only did Guanjing enter the initial process of awakening, But even Changjia was determined to join the Zodiac Guardian Warriors and got the cultivation method of the ascending horse skill. 5 days passed by quickly. In these 5 days, Li Tianlan's eyes lit up. Qi Yu accompanied Riyue most of the time. Together with Riyue, they gradually completed the formalities for Kirin Group. With the strength of Longyu Group and Riyue's connections, it was very easy to register such a fruit company. As for finding a large warehouse, it would take a certain amount of time. Qi Yu took out the few fruits left in his Kirin bead and asked Riyue to send them to a special institution for testing. Although the results were unpredictable, these absolutely original fruits should also have good nutrition. After arranging the company's affairs, Qi Yu spent the rest of the time practicing with other Zodiac Guardian Warriors. He explained in detail the various fighting experiences and methods of using Thundercloud Force that he had obtained from Amohua, the King of Divine Beasts and Huang Emperor, as well as the method of compressing their own Thundercloud Force. He also transformed Changjia's body with the energy of the origin of nature. This Zodiac horse warrior also had a stronger fighting ability. With the addition of Changjia, the strength of the Zodiac Guardian Warriors suddenly increased to a higher level. As long as the relatively weak Zodiac Guardian Warriors, such as Mo Dan the cow, Guanjing the pig vole, and Little E became stronger, then this generation of Zodiac Guardian Warriors would really be formed. You're leaving tomorrow. Remember to call me every day to tell me that you're safe. Riyue told Qi Yu with some disappointment. Today, she was not alone with Qi Yu. Wenting was with him. Since Wenting thought it through, she, who had the blood of the nine-tailed fox, had obviously changed both physically and mentally. Her virginity had already belonged to Qi Yu. She, who was originally elegant, gradually revealed the charm that the Fox clan should have. On the night when Qi Yu was about to leave, she actually boldly proposed to live with Riyue and Qi Yu. Riyue was not a shy little girl. She did not want to be at a disadvantage. When Wenting proposed it, she somewhat angrily agreed. Naturally, Qi Yu was happy to see such a result. In the middle of the night, when the two beautiful and strong women surrendered to his despotic power, he proudly hugged them and talked. For them, not sleeping for a night was naturally nothing. Wenting quietly drew circles on Qi Yu's palm under the quilt. This was the second time she had a relationship with Qi Yu. After all, her and Riyue's bodies were much stronger than ordinary women. Under the unreserved dedication, Qi Yu was finally completely released for once. This filled the hearts of the two beauties with a sense of accomplishment. Perhaps it was because they had a relationship with Qi Yu on the same bed. Unknowingly, the relationship between them had become a lot closer. Qi Yu smiled and said, "Don't worry. I will call back every day. I will leave the Kirin Group to you. I will definitely come back in 3 months at most. At that time, it will also be time for us to return to the ancient behemoth era to harvest the fruits. I have informed Hu Guang and Ian. At that time, we will first send a batch of weapons over. We'll just sell the fruits and return them to them." Wenting giggled and said, "You just borrowed 200 million from Riyue, and you haven't returned it yet. Now you want to borrow again. Aren't you afraid that you won't be able to return it in the future?" Qi Yu chuckled. "Then I can only pay with my body." Riyue scoffed and pinched Qi Yu's arm. "Who wants you? Are you worth 200 million? Qi Yu laughed and said, "I don't know who almost fainted from excitement just now. Do you want me to imitate your cry just now? My memory is very good. Are you looking for a beating?" Riyue fiercely flipped over and rode on Qi Yu's body. She gave Wenting a look and said, "Tingting, we have to make a big wife. Otherwise, he will go to the heavens. Who knows how many beauties he will bring back from this trip to Europe." Wenting laughed and said, "It's not impossible to bring them back. However, as long as it's the kind of Yamu who integrates with the goddess Athena, only then can we approve." Riyue stuck out her tongue, bent down, and fiercely bit Qi Yu's shoulder. "Will Yamu like him? You have to know that Athena is the absolute ruler of Greece. I'm afraid that even the Greek president's status is far inferior to her. They didn't know that in the near future, when Ting's joke would actually come true. And all these experiences were so wonderful. Athens was the capital of Greece and the largest city in Greece. Athens was located at the southern end of the Balkan Peninsula. It was surrounded by mountains on 3 sides and by the sea on 1 side. It was 8 kilometers southwest of the Aegean Sea's Fallon Bay. It had a subtropical Mediterranean climate. The Kephisos River and the Ilissos River passed through the city. There were many hills in the city. Ever since he had fully mastered the ability to fly, Chi-Yu was no longer afraid of heights. At this time, he was sitting on the plane with Ming-Ming. He leaned comfortably on Ming-Ming's shoulder and read the Chinese introduction of Athens in his hand. The last time he went abroad was to carry out a mission in the Sun Nation with Yan Huangsol, and this time it was obviously much more relaxed. It was mainly to have fun. However, Chi-Yu didn't expect that Yamu would actually send a luxurious private plane. Accompanying the private plane was a Greek beauty who could speak Yan Huang language. She had completely arranged the itinerary for Chi-Yu and Ming-Ming before they arrived in Greece. Even the visa problem was solved in just a few hours. As expected of Athena, Chi-Yu closed the introduction of Athens in his hand. Ever since he was young, he would get a headache whenever he read a book. Even this kind of introductory material was inevitable. Miss Sardis, how long until we arrive in Athens? Chi-Yu asked the Greek beauty. This Greek beauty, named Sardis, was obviously well trained. She maintained a warm smile on her pretty face. When she heard Chi-Yu's question, she replied in fluent Yan Huang language. Our private plane is the most expensive commercial plane in Europe, so its performance is also the best. It's much faster than ordinary civil aviation. In about 3 hours, we'll be able to reach Athens, the capital of Greece. Chi-Yu nodded. His eyes couldn't help but fall on the surrounding facilities of the plane. It was indeed the most expensive commercial plane. According to Sardis's previous introduction, this Gulfstream V commercial plane had a maximum range of 11,000 kilometers. It was one of the most favorite private planes of the world's billionaires. It could seat up to 19 people. The plane was completely decorated with solid wood and leather. Not only did it have Menghua first-class seats, but it also had 2 comfortable beds. If it wasn't for the fact that he needed to pay attention to his image with Ming-Ming, Chi-Yu would have already found a bed to lie on. Although he also had the ability to fly, it was unrealistic to want to fly tens of thousands of kilometers. Besides, how could the feeling of flying be compared to lying on a private plane? Whether it was Chi-Yu or Ming-Ming, it was their first time taking such a luxurious plane. Moreover, they were going to Greece, one of the 4 ancient civilizations. Ming-Ming had been in a state of excitement ever since she got on the plane. Chi-Yu, look. That cloud looks like a big ball of cotton. The cloud rippled under the plane, and it flew smoothly without any noise. Chi-Yu said helplessly, Baby Ming-Ming, aren't you going to sleep for a while? Then I'm going to sleep. Ming-Ming pouted and said, It's not easy to accompany me out, and you still want to sleep. How annoying. Tell me honestly, what did you do with Sister Ryue and Sister Wen-Ting last night? Humph. Don't think that I don't know that you guys are secretly living together. Ming-Ming, I've decided not to sleep. I'll accompany you to see the scenery. After more than 3 hours of flight, their Gulfstream V landed smoothly on the dedicated runway of Athena Airport. It was their first time sitting on a plane so comfortably. The entire flight of more than 10 hours did not make them feel tired at all. This had little to do with their bodies. The main reason was that the comfort of the private plane was much better than ordinary passenger planes. However, as soon as they got off the plane, Chi-Yu's good mood immediately disappeared. This was because, standing on the stairs, he saw the person he didn't want to see the most. Lin Yifan was wearing a white suit and holding a bouquet of fiery red roses. He stood in front of a Maybach 622 luxury car and smiled at them. No, to be precise, he was smiling at Mingming. It was as if Qiyu was a mass of air that was directly filtered by his gaze. Qiyu put his arm around Mingming's slender waist as they got off the plane. Lin Yifan immediately came up to them and presented the flowers in his hand to Mingming. Miss Mingming, welcome to Athens. Compared to the last time we met, you've become more beautiful. It's really amazing. The charm of an Oriental beauty is best reflected in you. It's my greatest honor to be able to invite you to Greece and Athens. Chapter 178. Mingming smiled elegantly, but didn't take Lin Yifan's flowers. Thank you for coming to pick us up, but there's no need for flowers. I don't like flowers. Although she said that, she glared at Qiyu, as if saying, You've never given me flowers before. Lin Yifan said casually, All right then, Miss Mingming, please get in the car. All right. I'm only here to pick up Miss Mingming. As for Mr. Qi, he has other arrangements. Qiyu frowned. You want to pick up Mingming alone? Lin Yifan smiled. Mr. Qi, we had an agreement back then. This was also our bet. I'll be in charge of entertaining Miss Mingming, and you'll be personally entertained by Miss Yamu. Of course, you can keep in touch with Miss Mingming at any time. Back then, Miss Yamu promised Miss Mingming's safety. I think you can rest assured about this. Moreover, according to our agreement, Mr. Qi can meet Miss Mingming every day. I'll arrange it. Qiyu naturally remembered the agreement. Since he had already agreed, he couldn't say anything more. He gave Mingming a look and smiled. Since you're here, have fun. It's not bad to have the Greek president's son as your guide. Although this trip to Greece was said to be for fun, Chiyu's main purpose was to further understand how powerful Yamu and her constellation guardians were. He wasn't afraid of Lin Yifan doing anything to Mingming. Putting aside the fact that Mingming had entered the 5 clouds level, he could rely on his telepathic connection with Mingming and his mental tracking ability to reach Mingming in a matter of minutes. Mingming looked at Qiyu reluctantly. Seeing Qiyu nod at her, she reluctantly got into Lin Yifan's car. For the sake of the relationship between Yanhuang and Greece, she could only put up with it for now. Moreover, Qiyu had promised her on the plane that after this trip to Greece, he would bring her around Europe. By then, the two of them could always be together. After Lin Yifan nodded at Qiyu, she also got into the Maybach. The low sound of the engine sounded. The car sped away. The son of the Greek president was indeed different. He could even drive a car into the airport. Seeing the huge black Maybach gradually disappear, Qiyu calmed down and asked Sardis, Did Miss Yamu arrange for someone to pick me up? Or should we go there ourselves? Sardis smiled and said, Miss said she would personally pick you up. I've already contacted her just now. Don't worry. Just wait for a while. Sure enough, not long after, 3 luxury cars drove in the direction where Lin Yifan's Maybach disappeared. With his amazing eyesight, Qiyu saw the 3 black luxury cars. The one in front was the Maserati CEO. The trident logo and the striking front face made Qiyu recognize it at a glance. After the Maserati CEO was a Rolls-Royce Phantom. The steady body made it look like a European gentleman, full of grace and elegance. The last car was the extended version of the Mercedes-Benz S600. It felt like the most inconspicuous of the 3 cars. Sardis smiled and said, Miss is here. Soon, the 3 pure black luxury cars stopped in front of the Gulfstream V commercial plane under the bright sunshine of Athens. The first to get out was the person sitting in the Maserati CEO at the front. 2 people got out of this luxury car that originated from Italy. Qiyu had seen both of them before. They were the Leo constellation guardian Ilias and the Sagittarius constellation guardian Miguelis. Both of them were wearing well-ironed suits. Their tall figures and classical handsomeness made them look even more handsome. As soon as they got out of the car, they walked towards the Rolls-Royce Phantom. At this time, the extended Mercedes-Benz at the back also stopped, and 2 people got out of it. Both of them were men. You only knew one of them, Aquarius constellation guardian Salem. As for the tall man, he did not know him, but he could guess that he should also be a constellation guardian. The 4 of them arrived at the 4 doors of the Rolls-Royce Phantom almost at the same time. Leo Ilias respectfully opened the right rear door with one hand in a head-blocking gesture and the other hand in a please gesture. He looked a bit like a qualified doorman. Under Chiyu's gaze, Yamu got out of the Rolls-Royce Phantom. Today, she was quite different from when Chiyu first met her in the Yanhuang Republic. Her snow-white dress set off her holy aura even more perfectly. Her long purple hair was tied up with a light golden headband, and only a strand of hair hung down from her temples. She looked a little more gentle in her holiness. Her eyes, which were as deep as the Aegean Sea, stared at Chiyu. She looked happy and angry at the same time, frowning and smiling at the same time, which made Chiyu's heart tremble slightly. After all, Yamu was the first perfect-grade beauty he had ever seen. Her every movement, every expression, there was not the slightest flaw. Compared to the last time they met, the current Yamu seemed to be more human-like. That otherworldly feeling was no longer so obvious. Yamu walked towards Chiyu under the escort of the 4 constellation guardians. Chiyu greeted her with a smile. "Miss Yamu, we meet again." Yamu smiled slightly and said apologetically, "I'm sorry. I had something to deal with at the last minute, so I came a little late. Please forgive me." Chiyu smiled and said, "Isn't it natural for a man to wait for a woman? Not to mention a noble lady like Miss Yamu. Even if I waited for a lifetime, it would be worth it." As soon as he said that, the 4 constellation guardians behind Yamu changed their expressions at the same time. They all understood the Yanhuang language. Chiyu's slightly frivolous words made their expressions turn cold. Yamu's expression didn't change. She still smiled and said, "Welcome to Greece, Mr. Chi." Chiyu said, "Compared to the last time we met, Miss Yamu has become more noble and alluring. It's really amazing. The charm of a Greek beauty is best embodied in you. To be able to come to Greece, to Athens, is my greatest honor." A faint blush appeared on Yamu's pretty face. She smiled and said, "Mr. Chi is overpraising me. Please get in the car." As she said that, she first walked towards her Rolls-Royce Phantom, and when the 4 constellation guardians heard Chiyu's praise for Yamu, it was definitely an act of blasphemy. If it wasn't for Yamu's presence, they were afraid that their anger would have prompted them to make a move on Chiyu. Sardis, who was at the side, was stunned. Chiyu's praise for Yamu was clearly copied from what Lin Yifan had said to Mingming previously. He only changed a few words. Such a shameless and nonchalant performance made the Greek beauty look at Chiyu in a strange way. Yamu got in the car first under the escort of the constellation guardians. When Chiyu arrived at the Rolls-Royce Phantom, he was stopped by Leo Ilias. He said faintly, "Mr. Chi, please take the last car." As he said that, his eyes subconsciously fell on Chiyu's right arm. The ultimate Kirin's arm had left a deep impression on him. At this time, Chiyu's right arm had actually recovered. It didn't look like a prosthesis, and he couldn't help but be a little surprised. Chiyu was stunned for a moment. From Ilias's eyes he saw the obvious hostility, and he sneered in his heart. He also said indifferently, "Is this how the Greeks treat their guests? If that's the case, I don't care." The car window opened, revealing Yamu's perfect face. Her delicate eyebrows were slightly furrowed. She said to Ilias, "Don't be rude. Please invite Mr. Chi to my car." Ilias's face changed. "But miss," Yamu said indifferently, "didn't you hear what I said?" It was different from the gentle smile she had when facing Chiyu. At this time, the holy aura on her body suddenly became stronger. Although it was an invisible aura, it was full of majesty, causing Ilias and the other constellation guardians to not dare to have any intention of distinguishing it. In desperation, Sagittarius Miguelis on the other side had to open the door of the Rolls-Royce Phantom for Chiyu. You looked at Ilias and raised his eyebrows. He revealed a trace of a proud smile, and then walked to the other side of the Rolls-Royce and got in. Ilias clenched his fist tightly. Seeing Chiyu again, he felt completely different from the last time. If the last time, Chiyu was like an unsheathed sharp blade, brimming with sharp chi, then this time, Chiyu was like a muddy pool without any ripples, causing people to be unable to see his depth. Even his aura was no different from an ordinary person. But such an ordinary-looking person was actually sitting beside the Constellation Guardian's most revered goddess, Athena. The Rolls-Royce's seat was much more comfortable than a sports car. It was made of the most expensive leather, adding on the solid wood decorations. It gave off a classical and luxurious feeling. Yamu sat there, giving off a very peaceful feeling. Seeing that Chiyu had entered the car, she smiled apologetically and said, "Please don't mind Mr. Chi. Ilias did not mean to make things difficult for you. It's just that I have always sat alone in my car in the past. It was my negligence. I did not inform them beforehand. Please forgive me." Chiyu smiled. "So you're saying that it's your first time sitting beside Miss Yamu in this car?" At this time, the fleet of 3 luxurious cars had already started moving, and were heading out of the airport. Yamu blushed, hearing Chi use lewd words. She could not help but shake her head lightly and said, "Mr. Chi, as far as I know, the Yanhuang Republic's culture is extensive and profound. Your words do not make me misunderstand." The blush on her face made Yamu look more human and more approachable. "Miss Yamu, then where are we going now?" "This time in Greece. I'll have to trouble you to arrange everything." Yamu's expression quickly returned to normal and said, "We're going to Parthenon now. That's where the Greek government specially allowed me to stay. In the past, it was a temple dedicated to the goddess of Athens, Athena, and it's also one of the most famous buildings in Greece. It's also the largest Doric temple in Greece." Chuckling, Chiyu replied, "Fortunately, I read some information about Greece on the plane. Otherwise, I wouldn't have known that the Doric temple that you're talking about has a circle of pillars around it." Looking at Chiyu's right arm, Yamu said, "Congratulations, Mr. Chi. Your arm has recovered. From the looks of it, there doesn't seem to be any difference from before." With a faint smile, Chiyu replied, "I'm just lucky. Who asked our country to have a master in prosthetics? That's why I changed my arm. Aside from not being as agile as before, it feels pretty good." They had already entered the city of Athens. There were many unique Greek buildings in Athens. As the 8th largest city in Europe, it was worthy of being the capital of Greece, one of the 4 ancient civilizations. But now, Chiyu wasn't in the mood to admire it. After all, there was a perfect beauty sitting beside him that was more beautiful than any scenery. It was the first time that he was sitting so close to Yamu. The faint fragrance that was unique to Yamu, with a sacred aura, couldn't help but make him feel relaxed and happy. Although admiring beauties was Chiyu's hobby, from the moment he met Yamu, he knew that the competition between them had already begun, and he was representing the Zodiac guardian warrior. Chiyu was wary of Yamu, but Yamu was the successor of the goddess of Athena. How could she be so easily fooled? Without changing her expression, Yamu said, "After we left the Yanhuang Republic, there was a period of time when we lost Mr. Chi's aura. I wonder what Mr. Chi was doing at that time. Was it because his body was too weak?" Chiyu's heart trembled slightly. He smiled and said, "Maybe. You also know that my body's functions are bound to be very weak during the operation. Not to mention that I had to deal with the golden-winged eagle at that time, which consumed too much of my body. Even now, I haven't fully recovered." Yamu turned her head to look at Chiyu, and a mysterious smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. "Is that really the case? Mr. Chi, you're getting more and more difficult for me to see through you." Chiyu said, "I don't know what the arrangements are for today. Is it just to visit Parthenon?" Yamu said, "It's already afternoon now. When we arrive at Parthenon, I will jointly welcome Mr. Chi with the Zodiac Guardians. Mr. Chi must be tired from the flight, so you should rest early. Tomorrow, I will take you to Greece's famous Aegean Sea. I think you will definitely like the scenery there. Chi smiled and said, It's my honor to have Goddess Athena as my tour guide. However, in my eyes, no scenery can compare to Miss Yamu. Yamu said indifferently, Is that really what Mr. Chi thinks? Chi shrugged and said, Why not? Yamu's purple eyes looked deeper, and there was a hint of confusion in them. Mr. Chi, do you know? This is the first time someone told me this. Chi Yu was slightly stunned and said, Miss Yamu's beauty doesn't need to be praised. Maybe it's because others are afraid of blaspheming your holiness. I'm a ruffian. If Miss Yamu doesn't like the way I speak, I will pay attention. Yamu smiled and shook her head. No, it's actually very good. There's no girl who doesn't want to hear praise from others, especially when this praise comes from Mr. Chi. It makes Yamu even happier. Chi said, I don't know if I can understand that Miss Yamu is looking at me in a different light. Yamu sighed softly and said, Although Mr. Chi and I are in the east and west, our missions are actually very similar. Although we are much stronger than ordinary people, we also have a lot of great responsibilities that ordinary people can't imagine. From the day I was born, my fate has been decided. There are many things that I can't decide. Even every minute, every second, I have to do everything according to my arrangements. I never have my own space. In the eyes of others, I may be a high and mighty goddess, but who knows that I'm actually more willing to be an ordinary woman. She wasn't afraid that her words would be heard by the driver. The luxurious Rolls-Royce directly blocked the sound from the driver's seat and the back. Looking at Yu Mao and hearing her somewhat mournful voice, Chi Yu was greatly shocked in his heart. He never would have imagined that, after just meeting her, she would suddenly appear. He never thought that Yamu would be so honest with him. However, he had to admit that the current Yamu was absolutely lethal to him. In her sadness, there was a slight change in her temperament. The sacred feeling was gone, and her stunning face was full of the perfect charm of a woman. Everyone's life belongs to them, even you and me. Miss Yamu, you can also arrange some space of your own. It's not a big deal, right? Chi Yu comforted Yamu in a daze. Yamu smiled faintly and said, If that's really possible, then I won't be the heir to the goddess Athena's divinity. I wonder how much does Mr. Chi know about the goddess Athena? Chi Yu smiled bitterly and said, I'm not afraid to laugh at you, but my understanding of Athena is limited to a cartoon made by the people of the sun. I know very little about the rest. The goddess of war and wisdom, Athena, seems to be one of the famous main gods in Greek mythology, and also one of the most powerful. I'm not wrong to say that. It seems that the legend also said that even the king of the gods, Zeus, was afraid of the powerful strength of Athena, even though she was Zeus's daughter. Yamu smiled slightly and said, It's not easy for Mr. Chi to know this. Yes, the goddess Athena is indeed one of the main gods in Greek mythology and also one of the most powerful. In fact, in the real Greek mythology, the king of gods, Zeus, is only the ruler in name. However, there are only 3 of the most powerful Greek gods, and they each control 3 worlds. Among these 3 main gods, one is the god of the sea, Poseidon, the guardian of the sea. Another is the most powerful Hades, and the last is the goddess of war and wisdom, Athena, the guardian of the human world. As for Zeus, his strength is far inferior to these 3 main gods. There is also a big gap between the other main gods and these 3 main gods. The human world I'm referring to is the West, not the East. The East has always been mysterious in our eyes. Among the 4 ancient civilizations in history, the only one that can really pass on their civilization is the Yanhuang Republic. We, Greece, have long lost a lot of things in the constant war. Chi listened to Yamu's words and couldn't help but feel proud. The ancients left us a lot of things. However, we have also wasted a lot of good things left by the ancients. Although the advancement of science and technology has brought great changes to human life, the advancement of science and technology has also brought many disasters to human beings. Take the environment, for example. The environment on Earth is getting worse. However, in ancient times, hundreds of thousands of years ago, Earth was incomparably beautiful. It was us humans who changed the Earth. Yu Mao sighed and said, Mr. Qi is right. Human beings are the smartest creatures and the most creative creatures. But it is precisely because of this that there are many deep-rooted bad habits in human beings. Let's continue the previous topic. Goddess Athena's strength comes from the source, and she and the other two main gods are known as the three great goddesses of Shiji. They are the goddess of the hearth and the goddess of the moon and the hunt, Arginus. They are the symbol of purity, and once their purity is tainted, their divinity will also be destroyed. It is also because of this that, as the successor of the goddess of war and wisdom, Athena, I have to keep my body and mind as pure as crystal, and I can't even have ordinary human emotions. Yu looked at Yamu. If Yamu knew what he was thinking now, she would probably kick him out of the car. This was because Yu was currently pondering. If one day the Zodiac Guardian God and the Zodiac Guardian God were to fight with the Zodiac Guardian God, and if he were to kill Yamu in front of him, would it cause the Greek Zodiac Guardian God to collapse? In that case, compared to Miss Yamu, I am much luckier. After all, I still had 19 years of my own life. It's only in the past few years that I've discovered my special ability. Yamu looked at Chiyu deeply and said, Mr. Chi, you may not believe it, but when I first met you, I felt a great pressure from you. It's not the strength you possess that gives me pressure, but the invisible potential you possess. It was also when I saw you and your friends, are the Zodiac Guardians, that I understood why our Western Guardians have never been able to expand their protection to the East. Because the Eastern Guardians are too strong, and your strength is mainly manifested in your great potential. There is an old saying in Yan Huang, a straightforward person does not resort to insinuations. Mr. Qi does not need to hide anything anymore. I am very sensitive to aura. Although Mr. Qi has completely restrained his aura, you have brought a great shock to Yamu when we met for the second time. Do you know? Qi Yu's heart was in awe, but on the surface he pretended to be cheeky. I see. So, does that mean I have become more handsome? Yamu lowered her head and said, I never judge a person by the surface. When I evaluate a person, I never look at the surface. I can't judge whether Mr. Qi is handsome or not. However, the shock brought to me by seeing Mr. Qi again is so real. Mr. Qi, do you know where you have exposed your flaws? Qi Yu was stunned for a moment. Flaws? I don't understand what you are talking about. Playing dumb, he naturally would not admit anything. Yamu turned her gaze to Qi Yu's face again and said with a smile, It's actually very simple. It's just how you behave when you see me. I have inherited the divinity of one of the most powerful main gods, Athena. Imperceptibly, the power of the divinity will be released from me. When ordinary people see me, they will have a special feeling. Even if they don't show it on the surface, their aura will tell me that they are afraid or respectful in their hearts. But Mr. Qi is different. When we first met, your aura told me that you were full of vigilance towards me. But this time I can't feel any feedback from your aura. Isn't this enough to tell me something? Qi Yu praised in his heart. She was indeed the goddess of war and wisdom, but she could discover so many things from the simple feedback of his aura. No wonder he regarded Yamu as his greatest opponent. If Miss Yamu is willing to say so, I can't do anything about it. I can only say that it's normal for a person to have changes in their aura. Moreover, it's also ever-changing. This is not absolute. Perhaps Miss Rain Eye's divine sense is too sensitive? While saying that, Yi Shiwen nodded. As he said, Chiyu glanced at Yamu's perfectly round bosom, revealing a trace of lustful light. Yamu frowned slightly and said, Mr. Qi, don't you think it's very impolite to look at a woman like this? Chiyu laughed and said, Of course not, this is admiration. If a woman has never been looked at like this by a man in her life, it can only mean that she's a failure. Didn't Miss Yamu just say that she wanted to experience the feelings of an ordinary woman? I'm helping you. Yamu's pretty face revealed a trace of helplessness. She turned her head to the front and said, I hope that Mr. Chi won't do this in front of the Constellation Guardians. Otherwise, if they challenge you, I won't be able to stop them. Can Mr. Chi understand what I mean? Chi Yu leaned comfortably on the chair, raising his hands behind his head, and comfortably used them as a pillow. Miss Yamu, perhaps you don't fully understand my character. Before becoming a Zodiac Guardian, I was just a small hooligan in the capital of the Yanhuang Republic, or should I say a ruffian or a hoodlum. My biggest pursuit in this life is beautiful women. For beautiful women, I can do many things. Yama nodded and said, I believe in this point. When Mr. Chi used that huge energy attack for that red-haired girl, I already knew that Mr. Chi is a very good person. In the words of your Yanhuang people, it should be called true emotions. Chi laughed and said, Miss Yamu, your praise makes me a little embarrassed. Although he said that, the expression on his face showed that he was enjoying it, since Miss Yamu understands then, for a beautiful girl like you, what's the big deal about accepting some challenges? However, there's one thing I can't guarantee. If I hurt those Zodiac Guardians of Miss Yamu, don't blame me. Although Chi Yu's voice was still very calm, his suddenly hardened attitude made Yamu a little uncomfortable. However, on the surface, she naturally wouldn't show it. She smiled and said, This time, Mr. Chi came to Greece to have fun. I'm afraid he's not here to go against us. Chi Yu smiled and said, Miss Yamu is so knowledgeable about our Yanhuang culture. You should have heard of the saying, if people don't offend me, I won't offend them. However, if people offend me, then it's hard to say. As he said that, his evil gaze constantly wandered around Yamu's body. Such a good opportunity to admire a beautiful woman up close. Chi Yu wouldn't let it go. If it was someone else who saw Chi Yu like this, they would definitely think that this guy was an absolute hooligan. However, in Yamu's eyes, this was not what she saw. Because she noticed that although Chi Yu was looking at her lecherously on the surface, and even the aura that his body emitted had the special feeling of a man towards a woman, but in the depths of his lecherous eyes, there was still clarity. And in this short conversation, from Chi Yu's words, Yamu didn't get any valuable information. Yamu looked out of the window and said, Parthenon is about to arrive. Mr. Chi, let's continue our conversation when we have time. What do you think? Chi Yu nodded and said, This time, I'm not in a hurry to leave, there's still time. However, Miss Yamu still has to remind Lin Yifan that if anything happens to Ming Ming, I'm afraid I'll go berserk. It won't be good if it affects the security of Athens. Yama smiled and said, I'll definitely do what I promised. I'm always a gentleman. Mr. Chi, you can rest assured. Chi Yu laughed and said, But I'm a hooligan, so I have to measure the heart of a gentleman with my own mean measure. I'll make a call, Miss Yamu. I hope you don't mind. Yamu nodded gently and said, Go ahead. Chi Yu casually took out his mobile phone from his pocket and dialed Ruyue's number. Before coming, Ruyue had specially equipped him with a satellite phone that could receive signals anywhere as long as he was on the ground. Dear, it's me. Chi Yu didn't care that there was still a goddess beside him and said warmly, Chi Yu, have you arrived? Receiving his call, Ruyue seemed very excited. Chi Yu said, I've arrived. Don't worry, everything is fine. How's your side? How's everyone? Chapter 179. Chi Yu chuckled and said, That fat girl. If I don't stimulate her, how can she grow so fast? Now is the time when she needs to work hard. Take care of her and don't let anything go wrong with her cultivation. Also, remember to give that pig head named Guanjing 3,000 yuan a month after he wakes up. That's what I promised him. Ruyue was surprised and said, Give him money? Why? Chi Yu laughed and said, Ask him what he used to do, and you'll understand. Although this kid didn't come from a good family, he has gone through a lot of hardships. Tell him not to tell anyone about his past, and tell everyone to treat him well. I think the warmth of our big family is the best way to change him." Ryue said, "Don't worry. Oh, by the way, I have good news to tell you." "What good news?" Chiyu asked. Ryue said, "The results of one of the fruits that we sent for testing have come out. What do you think?" Chiyu laughed and said, "Is there a need to guess? It must be very good." Ryue snorted and said, "You're so annoying. Why are you so confident?" Chiyu said proudly, "Of course, that's for sure. Don't forget that our fruits are unique." Ryue said, "Indeed, the results of the test are much better than I expected. The test results are for sapphire fruit. The content of various trace elements in it is at least 7 or 8 times that of ordinary fruits. Especially the content of various vitamins. It is even more shocking. A person only needs to eat 1 sapphire fruit a week, and the vitamins will be enough to support his needs for a week. Moreover, the various trace elements are extremely beneficial to the body. The effects of relaxing muscles and activating blood vessels are only ordinary." Do you know what the final conclusion of the test was? They said that this is simply a fruit of longevity. It definitely has a special ability to prolong life. Chiyu said, "It's rare that the effect is so good. I didn't put so much hope on the sapphire fruit in vain. The effects of the other fruits would probably be slightly worse than it, but not by much. How about this? After all the test reports are out, you can start shooting the advertisement based on the test reports and the preserved fruits. It's time to ask Miss Xiao Lu for help." Before he left, he signed a contract with Xiao Lu. The contract was for a year, and the endorsement fee was a nominal 1 million Yanhuang coins. For a famous singer like Xiao Lu, this price was equivalent to nothing. Ryue said, "Chiyu, what about when we were doing the advertisement? Should I put a price on it? What's your price range?" Chiyu thought about it. He said, "Let's not mention the price for now. Wait until we are ready to officially start sales. The advertisement must highlight the original ecology and the characteristics of these fruits, and it must let the people who see the advertisement feel the nobility of these fruits and the huge difference between them and ordinary fruits. This will pave the way for us to set the price in the future." He had discussed with Ryue. For these fruits from the ancient behemoth period, because of the monopoly coupled with the impact of the rich original ecology of the fruit, taking the high-end route was the best choice. After all, the fruits that could be brought back from the ancient behemoth period were still limited. The rarer something was, the more expensive it was. The less, the more expensive it was. Only then could Kirin Group promote its brand earlier. "Okay, I got it. Pay more attention to your body over there. Be careful. If there's anything you need, call back as soon as possible. Hurry up and call back, okay?" Moon said with concern. Chiyu smiled gently and said, "Dear, you are becoming more and more like a good wife and mother. Oh, by the way, don't be reluctant to bring the ancient heart. Bring it when you cultivate. It will definitely be very beneficial. Under the stimulation of the cold, it will be very helpful for your cultivation." "Okay, I will. Then goodbye. Remember to call me every day." Ryue hung up the phone reluctantly. During the process of Chiyu using the electric connector, Yamu had been watching him. When she saw that he was done, she said, "Mr. Chi, aren't you afraid that I will hear your secret?" Chiyu made an indifferent gesture and said, "We don't have any secrets to talk about. You know what you should know." Yamu smiled indifferently and said, "I didn't know that Mr. Chi is also a businessman in the fruit business." Chi smiled and said, "It's just the beginning. However, if our company enters the international market in the future, we must consider Greece first. At that time, we still need to ask Miss Yamu for help." Yamu looked at him helplessly. She asked in her heart, "Chiyu, what kind of person are you?" The 3 cars finally arrived at Parthenon. When Chiyu got out of the car, he was attracted by the temple in front of him at first glance. Parthenon looked similar to the signs of the Zodiac in the cartoon. It was just that it was single. It was grand and tall. The elegance of ancient Greece was perfectly interpreted on it. Although many places were damaged, it did not hinder the grandeur of Parthenon. The majestic and sacred atmosphere made the surrounding atmosphere a lot more dignified. After the 4 constellation guardians personally opened the door for Yamu and Chiyu, they quietly followed behind them. 8 gazes were focused on Chiyu, making him feel a little uneasy. However, Chiyu's attention was now focused on Parthenon. He did not seem to feel the gazes of the constellation guardians. Yamu stood beside Chiyu. Her height was just right beside Chiyu's ear. Her gentle and calm voice sounded beside Chiyu's ear. There are 8 Doric columns on the east and west sides of the temple. There are 17 columns on each side of the temple. They are erected on a 3-tiered platform. The highest level of the platform is about 69, 5 meters long and 39, 9 meters wide. Inside the colonnade is the corridor. Parthenon means the saintess palace. Chiyu looked at Yamu and smiled. So the person who lives here is you, the saintess. The obviously teasing voice caused 4 footsteps to sound behind Chiyu. Although it was only 1 step, the huge pressure instantly solidified on his broad back. Although the pressure was only directed at Chiyu, but how could Yamu not feel it? The smile on her face disappeared. She looked at Chiyu. Mr. Chi, let me introduce you to these constellation guardians. As she said that, she had already turned around in front of Chiyu. Her originally calm, purple eyes flashed with a sharp gaze. It caused the 4 constellation guardians to tremble at the same time. They subconsciously took a step back and respectfully lowered their heads. When Chiyu also turned around, Yamu's expression had already returned to normal. She smiled and said, "You have seen 3 of them before. Let me introduce them formally." As she said that, she pointed to the 4 constellation guardians and said at the same time, "This is Miguelis from Sagittarius, this is Ilias from Leo, and this is Salem from Aquarius." Speaking until here, her voice paused for a moment. She pointed to the last one, who was also the first constellation guardian that Chiyu met, and said, "This is Miero from Capricorn." Just like the other 3 constellation guardians, Miero only nodded lightly at Chiyu. His cold face did not have any fluctuation of emotion. Chiyu smiled and said, looking at the constellation guardians, "I really feel inferior. Why are the Greek constellation guardians all handsome men and beautiful women? Compared to our Zodiac guardian, they are much stronger. Miss Yamu and I are even more incomparable. It is simply like heaven and earth." Yamu smiled and said, "Mr. Chi, have you forgotten what I said in the car just now? When you look at a person, you don't look at his outer appearance." Chiyu looked at the 4 constellation guardians in front of him provocatively and said, "That is to say, in Miss Yamu's eyes, I should be better than the 4 of them?" If he was really here to play, he was afraid that he would not be able to find out the secrets of these constellation guardians. Only by colliding with each other would he be able to find out something. Therefore, before Chiyu came, he had already thought it through. He believed that Yamu would not really hurt him, but due to the conflict between the East and the West, it would lead to different ideals. It would definitely cause some trouble, and this trouble was exactly what he wanted to use. Ilias snorted and said, "Mr. Chi, I hope you can pay attention to your language. This is Athens, not your Yanhuang Republic. If you speak disrespectfully to Miss again, I will definitely challenge you to a duel." Chi smiled without batting an eyelid. His lips moved slightly, and under his precise control, his voice was bound into a line, quietly entering Ilias's ears. "Pretty boy, are you licking me?" Ilias's eyes were cold, and he suddenly took a step forward. His shoulder had already collided with Chiyu's chest. Chiyu did not dodge, and watched as Ilias's shoulder collided with his chest with a muffled thud. Chiyu's body immediately flew out, and he let out a mournful scream as he fell backwards for 7 to 8 meters. Ilias was stunned, and the other constellation guardians were also stunned. They obviously did not expect Chiyu to be so weak. Miero was slightly better, after all. It was his first time seeing Chi-Yu, and the other 3 constellation guardians had previously seen the power of Chi-Yu's ultimate Kirin arm. The one who felt the most surprised was Ilya's. When his shoulder came into contact with Chi-Yu's chest, it was as if he had hit an iron plate. At the same time, sharp streams of air instantly erupted from Chi-Yu's chest, deeply piercing into his body. These 4 streams of air had different attributes, and as soon as they entered his meridians, they immediately dispersed, and in the blink of an eye, they had already entered his body. Just as he was about to use his own energy to refine these 4 streams of air, the 4 energy of water, wind, thunder, and fire suddenly disappeared. Seeing Chi-Yu's tall body fall out just like that, Yamu was also shocked, but her reaction was still very fast. Chi-Yu was her guest. After all, her delicate body slightly swayed, and she had already appeared in the path of Chi-Yu's flying back. With a light wave of her hands, a soft force like a soft cushion supported Chi-Yu's body. However, what Yama did not expect was that at this time, Chi-Yu, who was flying backwards in the air, actually turned around. Originally, he was facing her back, but now he was facing his chest, and an extremely sharp energy quietly came out. When Yamu felt its sharpness, the layer of soft energy that she released was actually quietly split into 2, but strangely, when the sharp energy just approached Yama's body, it automatically disappeared. The sudden change suddenly caught Yamu off guard. The speed of the energy in her body was not any worse than Chi-Yu's, but in this sudden situation, she naturally thought of protecting her body first, and subconsciously spread the energy of her own divinity all over her body. And at this time, Chi-Yu's body had already rushed over. In the air, Chi-Yu seemed to be very panicked, his face became extremely pale, and he rushed over while waving his hands and feet. When the sharp energy disappeared, and Yamu gathered her own energy to prepare for a possible attack, his body had already arrived in front of Yamu. "Ah!" Sleeping Rain cried out in surprise. Her slender body was actually hugged by Chi-Yu in the air. Chi-Yu's movements were very fast. As soon as his body came into contact with Yamu, his arms immediately closed and completely embraced Yamu in his arms. In that instant of contact, whether it was Chi-Yu or Yamu, both clearly felt a strong electric current instantly spread from the point of contact between the 2. Even Chi-Yu, who had a cunning look in his eyes, could not help but be stunned for a moment. Yamu was indeed worthy of being the successor of goddess Athena. Although the sudden change caught her unprepared, she still reacted immediately. Her body instantly turned in the air, and she had already thrown Chi-Yu's body away. At least on the surface, Chi-Yu and her had only come into contact for a moment, but both of them knew very well how strong the feeling was in that instant of contact. The energy waves on Yama's body were clearly imprinted in Chi-Yu's mind. It was a very dense energy. What surprised Chi-Yu was that the dense energy on Yamu's body was not as gentle as her appearance, but it was full of domineering aura, and it was actually more masculine and domineering. This kind of energy appearing on an absolute beauty really surprised him. Is this the unique energy of the goddess of wisdom? Actually, what Chi-Yu did not know was that Athena was the goddess of war and wisdom. As the guardian of Athens, her combat power was extremely strong. In Greek mythology, Athena was the only one who could compete with Hades, the king of the underworld, and Poseidon, the king of the sea. How could she be in charge of the 3 realms without strong combat power? The cartoon about Greek mythology in the Sun Nation was actually very one-sided. One must know, as a god who is famous for fighting, how could she rely on the laughable Saint Seiya to protect herself? How could her own combat power be comparable to that of the Saint Seiya developed by humans? The constellation guardians protecting Athena only played a supporting role to her, and were also the servants of goddess Athena. And the real strength of Athena was mainly reflected in her combat power, and of course her wisdom. With a cry, Chi-Yu had already fallen on the lawn in front of Parthenon. He kept groaning in pain, and for a moment it seemed that it was difficult for him to even stand up. Yamu's delicate body, spun one round in the air, and her long skirt floated in an arc. Her expression changed twice, and her gaze finally landed on Ilya's. At least on the surface. Everything that happened just now was caused by Ilya's. Ilya's was terrified and wanted to explain, but was stopped by Yamu. Yamu shook her head gently at him, then walked towards Chiyu, who had fallen on the ground. "Mr. Chi, are you okay?" Yamu stopped 2 meters in front of Chiyu and asked with concern. Chiyu groaned as he got up from the ground. "I won't die yet, Miss Yamu. Is this how you Greeks treat your guests? I remember that you said that you would guarantee my safety. But now it seems that it is very difficult to guarantee my safety." At this time, the 4 constellation guardians also walked over. Ilya's emotions were extremely complicated, and he could not speak for a moment. But the Capricorn constellation guardian beside him, Miero, saw everything clearly. His ice-cold gaze was like an unmeltable 10,000-year-old ice as he stared at Chiyu. His body floated forward like lightning, arriving in front of Chiyu. "Despicable person from the east. You have profaned the purity of the young miss. I want a duel with you." Chiyu was stunned and pretended to not understand. "Profane? What do you mean by profane? Did I? If not for Miss Yamu blocking me just now, I'm afraid I would have fallen to my death. I really don't understand what is wrong with you constellation guardians. Do you only know how to solve problems with violence? Miss Yamu, seems like they don't really listen to you." Yamu glanced at Miero and said, "Forget it. Mr. Chi did not do it on purpose, Miero. You can step down." When she said the word "on purpose," she deliberately emphasized her tone and looked at Chiyu with anger. Chiyu laughed and went forward to pat Miero's shoulder and said, "That's right. I did not do it on purpose. My chest is still hurting. Miss Yamu, can we find a place to rest? Didn't you say that this Parthenon is your place to stay? I think there must be a room for you to rest in." When he said this, even Miguelis, who had a better temper, could not hold it in any more and angrily rebuked. "Presumptuous! Parthenon is Mrs. Place to stay. How can we let you?" Yamu coughed lightly and stopped Miguelis because she knew if they continued to argue like this, who knew what kind of dispute Chiyu would stir up. Now she was already thinking, was it right or wrong to invite Chiyu to Greece this time? "Mr. Chi, I think with your body's condition, you do not need to rest for the time being. How about this? After we visit Parthenon, I will send you to the hotel to rest." Chiyu shrugged and said, "All right then. I will listen to Miss Yamu's arrangement." As he said this, he smiled slightly and walked into the legendary Parthenon accompanied by Yamu. There were many mountains in the city of Athens, and Parthenon was on the top of a mountain. Looking around from here, one could almost see the entire city of Athens. This was also the highest point in the entire city of Athens. When Chiyu first stepped into Parthenon, a special feeling suddenly came from all directions, and Yamu, who was beside him, also had a qualitative change in her temperament. Chiyu's heart skipped a beat, and he turned to look at Yamu, only to see a faint layer of white light appear on Yamu's delicate body. She walked beside him, but it was as if he could not see her steps. Her gaze was so gentle, but it was filled with an inviolable aura. A faint divine light shone from Yamu's eyes, and at this moment, Chiyu experienced her power. The energy aura emitted from Yamu's body was like a solid substance, without any confusing changes. However, the energy that seemed solid was unfathomable, as if she was a sun full of surging energy, and what she emitted was only a very small part of it. After returning from the era of the ancient beasts to the modern era, this was the first time Chiyu had encountered an opponent that could pose a threat to him. Yamu's power was different from his, and as for what the difference was, even he could not tell. Moving his gaze away from Yamu, he followed her gaze to the front, and saw a statue of the goddess Athena enshrined in the hall. The statue, including the pedestal, was about 12 meters high, wearing a helmet, holding a spear, holding a shield, and on its right palm was a statue of the goddess of victory with her wings spread out. The statue of Athena was made of wood and its face, hands, and feet were carved out of ivory. Its eyes were exquisite stone, and its armor and clothes were made of gold leaf. There were 2 layers of Doric-style cloisters along the 3 walls of the statue. Although it was just a statue standing in front of it, Chiyu could clearly feel that a layer of invisible energy was constantly emitting from the statue, and the source of this energy was from the sky, as if there was an energy column in the sky constantly pouring energy into the head of the statue of the goddess Athena and then slowly releasing it from her body. On the ground in the middle of the hall, there was a very complicated primary color pattern in which there were 12 points, and in the middle of the pattern was a 6-pointed star pattern. Like the statue of the goddess Athena, it was constantly emitting a faint energy, and these 2 energies resonated with each other, filling the entire Parthenon with a sacred aura. After Yamu walked into the temple, her whole body seemed to have become one with the mystery. There was a faint light in her eyes, and the trace of anger from before had quietly disappeared without her realizing it. Yamu smiled and said to Chiyu, "Parthenon is the highest achievement of ancient Greek Doric architecture. It is well-proportioned, dignified, and harmonious. The height of the pillar is about 4 meters, and the diameter of the base is about 9 meters. The diameter of the corner pillar is slightly larger. The diameter of the pillar is slightly larger than the diameter of the base. The surface of the pillar is engraved with 20 vertical grooves, strong and powerful. The stone beams on the pillars are not carved, and the 3 long boards on the beams harmoniously combine the vertical trend of the pillar and the horizontal trend of the beam. Between the 3 boards is a high-relief sculpture. It describes the story of Lepidus fighting with the centaurs in Greek mythology. The mountain flowers are carved according to the triangular composition, adapting to the shape of the mountain flowers. The West Mountain flower is carved with the scene of the battle between Athena and the god of the sea Poseidon, and the East Mountain flower is carved with the scene of Athena's birth. The sculpture is decorated with gold, blue, red, and other colors. The upper part of the wall inside the corridor has a circle of continuous shallow relief sculptures about 1 meter high, depicting the enthusiastic scene of Athena's festival celebration. Originally, Parthenon had been destroyed in a war, leaving only a few stone pillars and some broken boulders around it. But ever since I appeared, the Greek government specially allocated funds to rebuild this temple dedicated to Athena. Everything was built according to its original appearance, and most of the materials used were originally destroyed during the war. So it looked like it was the same as the original. So it looks like this temple is still full of the most primitive form. Chiyu said, "The appearance of the temple may be repaired by manpower, but the soul of the temple, I'm afraid only Miss Yamu can give it." Yamu looked at Chiyu and said indifferently, "Mr. Chi really has a unique insight. This is where I live and where I train." Chiyu looked at the circular pattern and said, "The signs of the zodiac are not represented by this pattern. What do the various patterns on it represent?" Yamu said, "Yes, this pattern represents the signs of the zodiac. The signs of the zodiac are the crystallization of the wisdom of our ancient Greek people. The signs of the zodiac represent different constellations. For example, this one here is the Aries constellation of the 12 zodiac palaces, followed by the Taurus constellation, Gemini constellation, Cancer constellation, and so on." Chiyu nodded. He said, "So that's how it is. It seems like regardless of whether it is the East or the West, the ancients all had very high intelligence. Just like the heavenly stems and earthly branches that our ancestors in the land of Yan Huang researched, our 12 zodiac guardians also represent the 12 earthly branches. Every zodiac guardian god warrior had his or her own zodiac sign, and they were in harmony with the 12 earthly branches they belonged to. For example, the rat of the zodiac guardian god warrior represents the sun of the 12 earthly branches." Yamu was about to speak. Although she had knocked Chiyu out, she had no choice but to admit it. Ilyas, who had suffered in silence, could not help but say in disdain, "I really don't know what your Yan Huang ancestors were thinking. What pig, dog, or rat? Unlike us, we are all Taurus, Leo, and Virgo. It seems like the wisdom of humans is different in different regions. Hearing Ilias say this, the other 3 Zodiac guardians could not help but smile faintly. Their expressions became even more arrogant. Chi Yu did not even turn to look at Ilias, nor was he angered by his words. He looked straight at the statue of the goddess Athena and into the eyes of the goddess Athena. He said calmly, "Yes, the Yan Huang ancestors were very honest. We, the 12 Zodiac, the 6 paths of reincarnation, represent the expectations and requirements of our ancestors. How can you understand this?" Ilias snorted in disdain sophistry. Yamu did not stop Ilias, but when she heard Chi Yu's words, she was very interested and could not help but ask, "Mr. Chi, can you explain?" Chi Yu turned to Yamu and smiled. At this moment, from his smile, Yamu saw a kind of pride, a pride that came from the pride of his people. That's right. Chi Yu was full of pride because he was a descendant of Yan Huang. The 12 Zodiac, the 6 paths of reincarnation, from a certain point of view, can be divided into 6 ancestors. They also represent different meanings and the different requirements and expectations of the Yan Huang ancestors. First, the first group is the rat and the bull. The rat represents wisdom, and the bull represents diligence. Wisdom and diligence must be closely combined. If there is only wisdom and no diligence, then it will become cleverness. But if there is only diligence and no brains, then it will become stupidity. These 2 must be combined. This is the expectations and requirements of our ancestors for the first group, and it is also the most important group. Hearing Chi Yu's words, the 4 constellation guardians' eyes revealed a trace of surprise. In their eyes, the ruffian who was full of scoundrelly aura had disappeared, and an invisible dignity emanated from the solemn Chi Yu. The second group is the tiger and the rabbit. The tiger represents bravery, and the rabbit represents caution. Bravery and cautiousness must be closely combined in order to be bold and careful. If bravery is separated from caution, it will become recklessness, and without bravery, it will become cowardice. This group is also very important, so it is placed in the second position. Through this group, I can also tell you Westerners, when we Yan Huang people show caution, do not think that we Yan Huang people do not have a brave side. At this point, Chi Yu no longer concealed his energy aura. In an instant, a huge amount of energy seeped out of his body. Even though this was Parthenon, even though he was beside the inheritor of the goddess Athena, but the huge amount of energy that he emitted was not inferior to the holiness of this place. The energy that came from the source raised Chi Yu's aura to the peak. The aura of the Shenyuan sword had already merged with Chi Yu's aura in this period of time, and the sharp aura of a ruler spread out in an instant. Including Yamu, the 5 Greeks retreated almost at the same time. The 4 constellation guardians retreated more than 10 steps, and even Yamu retreated a full 3 steps, her eyes filled with shock. At this moment, she truly felt how terrifying the energy that Chi Yu emitted was. Chapter 180. The tyrannical aura of a ruler disappeared, and Chi Yu smiled at Yamu. The immense confidence made his body look even taller. The 4 constellation protectors that were previously forced back by Chi Yu were all deep in thought. It was unknown if it was because of Chi Yu's immense strength that shocked them, or because of Chi Yu's words that made them think. Next is the horse and sheep. The horse represents bravery, and the sheep represents obedience. If a person only cares about himself and goes straight for his goal, and does not care about his surroundings, he will definitely bump into his surroundings and may not be able to reach his goal. But if a person only cares about obedience, he may not even have a direction. So, the nature of bravery must be closely combined with obedience. This is the 4th set of expectations that our ancestors have for us. Next is the monkey and chicken. The monkey represents flexibility. The chicken crows at a fixed time represent stability. Flexibility and constancy must be tightly combined. If you only care about flexibility and do not have stability, no matter how good the policy is, you will not be able to achieve anything. On one hand, you must have stability and maintain harmony and order. On the other hand, you must be able to be flexible and advance. That is the most fundamental point. Finally is the dog and pig. The dog represents loyalty. The pig represents obedience. If a person is too loyal and does not understand obedience, he will reject others. On the other hand, if a person is too obedient, without loyalty, this person will lose his principles. Regardless if it is loyalty to a race or loyalty to one's own ideals, you must be closely combined with obedience. That way, it will be easier to maintain the balance in the depths of your heart. With that, Chiyu finally turned around, his gaze landing on Ilias, who was deep in thought, and said indifferently, "Lastly, I want to know what expectations and requirements your Leo constellation, Sagittarius constellation, and the other constellations have for you. I hope you will not be stingy with your teachings." Seeing the light flickering in Chiyu's eyes, Ilias could not help but lower his head. Unknowingly, he had been overwhelmed by Chiyu's imposing manner and conquered by Chiyu's words. Chiyu raised his hand, pointing his index finger at the 4 constellation protectors in front of him, his fingertip sweeping past the 4 of them. "Although I am here as a guest, but as a descendant of Yan and Huang, I will definitely not allow anyone to insult my race, my ancestors. This time, for the sake of Miss Yamu, I'll be lenient. If there is a next time, no matter who it is, I will definitely duel with them." At this point, he paused for a moment, and an energy aura that was as cold as the edge of a blade floated out. He said in a deep voice, "I won't rest until one of us dies." Ilias suddenly took a step back and spat out a small mouthful of blood. His face instantly turned pale. If it wasn't for Migueli's supporting her, she would have died. "I am afraid." He has fallen to the ground. The light in his eyes dissipated and his body trembled slightly. The 4 hidden energies that Chiyu had injected into his body had quietly burst forth at this moment. The energy was not strong. However, the destructive power produced by the energy that was compressed to the extreme was extremely terrifying. Not to mention that the current Ilias had already lost his mind to Chiyu's imposing manner and words. How could he still have the energy to resist the hidden energy attack? Yamu's delicate body had unknowingly appeared beside Ilias. A gentle white light emitted from her body. Her right hand gently patted forward, and the invisible energy instantly enveloped Ilias's body. With a groan, Ilias spat out another mouthful of blood, but his complexion looked much better. Slowly turning around, facing Chiyu, Yamu sighed and said, "Mr. Chi, I represent Ilias to apologize for what happened just now. But this is Parthenon, a temple dedicated to goddess Athena. You have hurt the constellation guardians here, so you must give me an explanation. Miguelis, you guys go out first, without my permission. Don't let anyone disturb us here." Miguelis supported Ilias and could not help but feel anxious, and could not help but say, "Miss, protecting you is our responsibility." Salang and Miero took a step forward at the same time. The 2 of them looked at each other and respectfully said to Yamu, "Miss, please allow us to challenge Mr. Chi." Yamu's gaze slowly swept past the 4 of them and said indifferently, "Get out. Don't make me say the 3rd transformation." Although her gaze was still gentle, but at this moment it was filled with unquestionable majesty. The gazes of the 4 constellation guardians were fixated on Yamu. Facing Yamu's expressionless face, although they were extremely unwilling, they had no choice but to slowly retreat out of Parthenon. With a slight smile, the seriousness on Chiyu's face disappeared, and he looked at Yamu and said, "There's only me and Miss Yamu left in the temple, a man and a woman alone. Could it be that Miss Yamu is not afraid that I, this rogue, will make a move?" The timing of his words was very good. It was the moment when the 4 constellation guardians had retreated to the door and had not completely retreated. Chiyu's mental power could clearly feel that the 4 constellation guardians had the urge to rush back, but they resisted and looked at Chiyu with eyes filled with anger and even resentment. Yamu looked at Chiyu, her calm gaze suddenly revealing a trace of complicated feelings, as though she wanted to say something but could not. The entire Parthenon temporarily fell into a state of silence. Chiyu saw that Yamu did not care about him, and once again turned to face the statue of Athena and walked over step by step. He walked all the way to the symbol of the signs of the Zodiac on the ground before stopping. The signs of the Zodiac under his feet were emitting energy, and Chiyu was surprised to find that his own mental power had become more active than usual. Closing his eyes, he seemed to have entered another world. Surrounding him was a pitch-black starry sky, and in this starry sky, countless stars were revolving around his body. With him as the center, the 12 constellations gradually revealed their shapes, constantly changing from illusory to solid. Wave after wave of special energy probed Chiyu's body. Every time it did so, Chiyu's body trembled. Every time it did, it would cause a slight fluctuation in Chiyu's Kirin thundercloud force. Purple, blue, red, and green. For colors of air gradually appeared around Chiyu's body, forming a 4-colored light shield that protected his body, causing the energy attack brought by the starlight to be unable to detect his real aura. The scene suddenly changed. All the starlight became much dimmer and slowly retreated into the distance. In this pitch-black night sky, Yamu's graceful figure quietly appeared 20 meters in front of Chiyu, floating there face to face with him. It is indeed magical. Is this a unique scene of Parthenon? Chiyu asked with a smile. At this time, his mind was completely immersed in his own mental power world, and everything that appeared in front of him was also a mental power world. It was also a world of mental strength. Of course, such a scene could only occur because of the influence of Parthenon's energy aura. Yamu nodded gently and said, "Mr. Chi, do you want to fight me here? I think you should understand that Parthenon is a temple dedicated to goddess Athena. Here, my energy can be maximized and replenished. Although I know that you are very strong, I will not be able to defeat you. However, if you fight me here, your chances of winning are very, very slim." Chiyu said indifferently, "Miss Yamu made your constellation protectors leave. I'm afraid it's not to fight with me. I can feel that although you are angry at my previous performance, you don't want to be my enemy in your heart, don't you?" Yamu sighed and said, "Mr. Chi knows that I don't want to be your enemy. Then why are you pressuring me after coming to Athens? Is it because Yamu did something wrong? Is it because Mr. Chi is not satisfied?" Chi shook his head and said, "No, Miss Yamu has done very well. A special plane picked us up and personally came to the airport to welcome us. I'm afraid even the president of Greece would not receive such treatment. I don't mean to be your enemy. I just want to see the difference between your constellation guardians and our Yen, Huang, Zodiac guardian god warriors." Yamu smiled slightly and said, "Then what did Mr. Chi discover? Call me by my name. It's really awkward for us to call each other Miss and Mr. There are only the two of us here, aren't there?" Chiyu looked at Yamu. The smile in his eyes had disappeared. From the constellation protectors, I saw many differences between the West and the East. As far as I know, the Greek constellation protectors appeared with the appearance of goddess Athena, and when you and them were born into this world, your identity and fate were already decided. After cultivating from a young age, the strength you possess is already quite astonishing. According to my own energy exploration, the energy strength of all the constellation protectors seems to be similar. The only difference is in the constellation they belong to. The energy aura and ability are also different. As for Miss Yamu, I have never been able to see through her. Unlike you, our Eastern Zodiac guardian warriors are almost all discovered after birth, and there are even 2 that I found before coming here. So I have to admit that in terms of overall strength, the mature constellation protectors are indeed stronger than our Zodiac guardian warriors." Yamu said, "Mr. Chi, oh no, Chiyu, you are an honest person. What you know, I can naturally feel it. Initially, when we arrived at the Yanhuang Republic, there was actually a period of time when I was very happy. Although we are also the protectors of this world, we are, after all, guarding a different piece of land. Even if it was me, I could not help but feel the competitive spirit in my heart. At that time, I could clearly feel the difference in strength between you and us. However, your Zodiac Guardian Warriors also brought me a lot of surprises. Although your combat strength is not as strong as our constellation protectors, in terms of fighting spirit, you are much better. Especially the great sentiment of sacrificing your own life for your companions. It is something that I deeply admire. And when we went to the Yanhuang Republic, the biggest discovery was still your existence. You are also the only variable that I cannot see through. Actually, whether it is humans or gods, they are all selfish. If not for your existence in the Zodiac Guardian Warriors, perhaps at the last moment we would have already made a move on the holy relic. However, everything that you showed at that time made me dispel that thought, because I do not wish to have an enemy whose strength is not weaker than mine in the future. Chiyu said curiously, but at that time, after I used the ultimate Kirin arm, my strength had already dropped to the lowest point. If you had made a move on me at that time, I would not have any ability to resist. You could even easily destroy me, or even destroy all the Zodiac Guardian Warriors. Wouldn't that be even less of a threat to you? Yama shook her head and said, if it was really that simple, perhaps I would have made a move. But the truth is not like that. Just the reaction of the holy relic itself made it impossible for me to do that. If I really killed you that day, then, even if the holy relic self-destructed, it would not be used by us. Furthermore, your companions, including yourself, have not completely lost their ability to fight. I will not take the risk. I will not risk the lives of the constellation protectors. The potential of you, Yanhuang people, is almost immeasurable. I, Mingming, feel that your strength is not much stronger than any of us Zodiac Guardians. But in the end, you relied on your own strength to destroy that extremely powerful creature. Since you can explode with such an attack, who can guarantee that your comrades cannot do the same? Of course, this is not the most important thing. The most important thing is that I have my eyes on you. Our relationship should not be hostile. We have the same characteristics and also have a similar mission. Since that is the case, why can't we cooperate with each other? Chi-Yu smiled faintly and said, cooperate? I am afraid that this is the real reason why Miss Yamu invited me to Greece. The relationship between Ming Ming and Lin Yifan has long been destined to be impossible, and you insisted on inviting us here. I believe you want to have a deep discussion with me, to test the possibility of our cooperation. Am I wrong? Yama smiled and said, Chiyu, you are a smart person. Why ask me again? Not bad. I really hope to cooperate with the Zodiac Guardians, to let us be in the east and west, respectively, to protect our common home. Chiyu looked at Yamu with some doubt and said, Your goodwill has been very clear since we were in Yanhuang. It is just that I do not understand the purpose of your cooperation. You have to know, generally speaking, there should not be any conflict between us. Of course, unless there is a situation like the giant beast relic. You are far in the west, and we are far in the east. As long as you do not invade, we Easterners will not invade others. As for the cooperation that Miss Raina had mentioned, what was it for? This is very hard for me to understand. Yamu sighed softly and said, Chiyu, do you know? When I was first born into this world, I saw some things. At that time, although I was still a baby, those scenes were deeply engraved in my mind. As I grew older, everything that I saw then became clearer and clearer. The reason why I want to cooperate with you is naturally to obtain the help of the Zodiac Guardians. I think you should know something about our Greek tradition. There can only be one Greek guardian in every generation, and generally speaking, they are very ordinary gods. The chances of a second-level god appearing are very low, let alone a powerful main god like Athena. And Athena's god has indeed descended. Have you thought about what this means? Chi-Yu looked at Yamu, and his heart suddenly trembled violently. He had not thought about why Athena would descend into the west, but more than once he had thought about why the 4 auspicious clouds in Kirin would appear in Yanhuang. According to Master Zigru, the 4 auspicious clouds in Kirin was unprecedented. Moreover, he was able to obtain such powerful strength by chance. What did this mean? After Athena's reminder, he had already understood a little in his heart. Looking at the light in Chiyu's eyes, Yama nodded and said, "Yes, for powerful beings like you and me to descend into this world, there must be a mission, and our mission is to protect our common home. The image I saw when I was born was the scene of our world facing a disaster." "Disaster?" Chiyu frowned. "You can't be telling me that we are the common saviors of Earth, right? That's too ridiculous. I don't want to be a savior. I'm not interested." Yama shook her head and said, "I don't know if we are the saviors, but what I do know is that a huge crisis will definitely descend. Although this crisis might not threaten ordinary humans, but for people like us, it is absolutely catastrophic. And to overcome this crisis, we might be able to do it with our own strength, but the chances are only 50-50. So I thought of cooperation, and I hope to be able to cooperate with you. If possible, both for us and for you, there will be great benefits." Chiyu listened to Yamu. He could not help but feel a little impatient. "Yamu, actually it doesn't matter to me whether we cooperate or not. Although I don't like you Constellation Guardians, but I don't hate you, at least compared to those people from the Vatican. You are much stronger. If you really want to cooperate with us, I won't object. But as for the details of the cooperation, we will have to discuss it carefully. But I hope your goal is not to use us. Otherwise, I think my counterattack will not be as disastrous as what you said." Yamu sighed. "Chiyu, you still can't trust me, but it's no wonder. If you say something similar to me, I will also consider it carefully. Since I have said this, I think our conversation can end here. I know that you must be very curious about the divine power of the goddess Athena. Similarly, I am also very curious about the king of the Zodiac, Kirin. Why don't we have a spar? I think this will be equally beneficial to both of us." Hearing Yama say this, Chiyu could not help but feel excited. At his level of strength, it was undoubtedly very difficult to improve through actual combat. After all, where could he find so many powerful opponents? This era was not like the ancient beast era, where it was easy to find a 10,000-year-old ancient beast. If he wanted to find a suitable opponent, he might as well train more to improve his thundercloud force. And Yamu was obviously one of the few super experts in this era who could be a match for Chiyu. To be able to spar with her, the benefits were obvious. Here, Chiyu looked at the surrounding night sky. Yamu said, "Although this is our spiritual world, there is no difference from a real fight. If you feel that I have too much of an advantage in Parthenon, we can also change places." Shaking his head, Chiyu said, "No need, let's do it here. If it is somewhere else, I am afraid that we will not be able to control our strength in the spiritual realm. Do you want your Greek president to think that a nuclear bomb has exploded in Athens?" Saying this, he could not help but laugh. Indeed, with their strength, if they really fought, the destructive power of the battle would not be much worse than a nuclear bomb. Yama smiled and said, "Please advise me." With a faint smile, her delicate body had already floated backward. In the blink of an eye, Yamu had already appeared 100 meters away, facing Chiyu from afar. Faint golden light slowly condensed on her hands. In her right hand was the scepter of the goddess of victory, and in her left hand was the golden shield of the goddess of victory. The huge golden light dyed Yama's body like the sun, releasing a dazzling brilliance. The energy that she released was pure energy without a trace of other aura. However, it was this pure energy that brought a special kind of pressure to Chiyu's spirit. It was also a huge pressure. As Yamu's body released the divine light, Chiyu's body also began to change. He knew that he was not facing a beautiful girl, but the goddess of war and wisdom in Greek mythology. How could he be the slightest bit careless? The black Kirin armor silently replaced the clothes on Chi Yu's body. The battle in the spiritual realm was no different from a real battle, and it was even more dangerous. A faint energy aura seeped out of Chi Yu's body, and he completely transformed the 4 types of thundercloud force in his body into the most basic energy of Kirin. This was because he was very clear that he was facing Athena's divine power, which did not have any other attributes. His 4 types of thundercloud force attributes were useless. His long silver hair spread over his shoulders, and Chi Yu's originally tall body looked even more majestic. If Yamu floated there like a pure angel, then Chi Yu at this time was like an arrogant demon. A dark red cloak appeared behind Chi Yu. The first stage of origin mutation had completely increased his combat power. The Kirin mirror quietly appeared on his left forearm, and his right hand had an additional 5-meter-long spear. Yamu's purple eyes disappeared in the golden light, and she raised the victory goddess scepter high above her head. A golden ray of light soared into the sky, bringing endless light to the pitch-black night sky. Shrouded in the golden light, Yamu was still floating there, but her aura had become completely different. Chi Yu could clearly feel that every star in the night sky was continuously infusing energy into the golden light that filled the world. The huge golden light became more and more intense, enveloping the world. It enveloped the world, and the enormous pressure made Chi Yu clearly feel that the Eye of Rain in front of him had become even more sacred. The word domain suddenly appeared in Chi Yu's mind. He had never seen a domain like Yamu's. However, it also made Chi Yu vigilant. One had to know that all the domains that he had seen before, including the Bull Demon King's domain, were all activated with his own energy. And they were activated with his own energy as the foundation. It was the same for his 2 domains, and the domain that Yamu used in front of him was actually formed with the power of the stars in the sky. Fundamentally speaking, it had surpassed his domain in terms of level. Such a domain was also limited to the energy of the stars, and once it couldn't connect with the energy of the stars, it would lose its effect. However, at this moment, the power displayed was undoubtedly huge. Chi Yu knew that he couldn't wait any longer. Otherwise, he would have to face the true power of this domain in the next moment. The silver light, set off by the black energy, quickly gathered in Chi Yu's right arm from all over his body. The silver lightning caused the energy around Chi Yu's body to completely distort. Amidst the distortion, it actually forcibly blocked the pressure brought by Yamu's unknown domain, allowing Chi Yu to fully unleash the power of his own energy. The muscles on Kirin's arm continued to swell, and Kirin's origin mutation actually entered the second stage under the influence of the huge pressure around him. The swelling body and Kirin's armor made Chi Yu look even more majestic. Black Kirin's wings appeared on his back, lifting Kirin into the air. At this moment, a huge amount of energy completely condensed in Kirin's arm. The spear in Chi Yu's hand was originally as black as Kirin's armor. However, as Kirin's origin energy continued to condense, the black spear transformed from Kirin's illusion actually turned pure silver. When the distorted light gathered on the silver spear, the light was no longer distorted. Moreover, there was not a single trace of energy appearing on the spear. All the energy was completely compressed by Chi Yu into Kirin's illusion. This concentrated attack was the main purpose of his attack. At his and Yamu's level of strength, techniques were no longer important. Absolute strength was the best way to measure the difference in strength between the two of them. Fighting with Yamu was completely different from fighting with the Bull Demon King. The Bull Demon King's strength was something that Chi Yu couldn't compare with. Similarly, Yamu couldn't compare with the Bull Demon King either. Therefore, when facing the Bull Demon King, Chi Yu could only rely on his intelligence and a lot of luck to barely hold on for a short period of time. When he faced Yamu, the gap between the two of them was far less huge than when he faced the Bull Demon King. Even they themselves didn't know who was stronger. Therefore, at the beginning of the fight, they had tacitly chosen to collide with energy. The seemingly simple fighting style was actually not that simple. After all, no one could take advantage of such a fighting style. At the same time, this kind of fighting style also tested their degree of control over their own energy. The silver spear appeared in the hands of Qi Yu's black figure, making Qi Yu look even cooler. The demon-like figure didn't reveal a single trace of emotion in this duel between the strong and the strong. The muscles on Kirin's arms bulged, and the feeling of being filled with power made it seem as though he would explode at any time. Traces of silver electricity surrounded the black patterns on Kirin's armor and trembled continuously. Kirin's origin energy had been raised to its peak by Qi Yu at this moment. Confrontation. With a roar, Qi Yu finally made his move. At this moment, the domain released by Yamu made it so that he couldn't see the starry sky outside the golden light. Qi Yu didn't know what the huge domain was capable of, and he didn't want to know at this moment either. As he shouted the first word of the 9 symbolic words, the silver spear was thrown out like a javelin. Using his full strength, Qi Yu's body was actually moved by the momentum. After spinning in the air, he used Kirin's wings on his back to stabilize his body. The silver spear didn't move in a straight line in the air. Instead, it drew a beautiful arc. It didn't move at the speed of lightning as expected. Instead, it was like a lazy bird, slowly falling in Yamu's direction. The reason why the silver spear that Kirin had transformed into didn't move in a straight line was that when it was launched, it had already started spinning rapidly under the control of Qi Yu's huge mental strength. The extremely strong rotation gave it the ability to move in an arc. As it moved forward slowly and rotated, the silver spear actually resolved all the interference caused by Yamu's golden domain. Although it couldn't really destroy this domain, Yamu's domain couldn't affect it at all while it was moving forward. Floating there, Yamu didn't show any panic. Her golden eyes revealed a hint of admiration. She didn't use her shield. Instead, she raised the scepter of the goddess of victory and pointed it at the silver spear flying in the air. Chapter 181. When the golden victory goddess scepter was brandished, countless rays of golden light in the air instantly condensed into the scepter. In an instant, the tip of the victory goddess scepter had condensed into a dazzling, smooth mass. There was no explosion. When the silver and gold collided, it brought about an incomparably intense shockwave. With the point of collision as the center, the entire space became completely distorted. At this moment, the silver spear actually emitted a brilliant brilliance, and an incomparably powerful, penetrative power completely erupted. The energy condensed on the scepter of the goddess of victory was gradually being penetrated by the silver light it released. The silver spear had already begun to penetrate the golden light. Yamu's eyes revealed a trace of surprise, but her actions did not change. At this moment, the condensed golden light in the air instantly became stronger, and an endless amount of energy continued to condense in the golden victory goddess scepter, continuously increasing the energy of the scepter. Qi Yu finally knew what this realm was for. At the very least, he knew one of its functions. The energy from the stars could be completely transformed into Yamu's own energy. The main function of this domain seemed to be a filtering and transformation process. This was simply too terrifying. What he had to face was not just Yamu alone, but Yamu and the energy emitted by all the stars. Would he be able to win such a battle? Qi Yu's doubts about his strength only lasted for less than a second. After all, he had faced too many battles. Against enemies stronger than him, he had won more than once by relying on various favorable conditions. Even the powerful Bull Demon King had been subdued by his life and death domain. Although Yamu, who had inherited the divinity of Athena, was powerful, it was not a match for Yamu. But it wasn't enough to make him lose confidence in himself. The wings on his back flapped in an instant, leaving behind a series of blurry shadows. With the ability to soar up 90,000 miles, Qi Yu pounced towards Yamu at lightning speed. At this moment, Yamu's victory goddess scepter and Chiyu's silver spear had reached the final stage of their struggle. As a matter of fact, when the scepter of the goddess of victory withstood the powerful impact and tearing effect of the silver spear, there was no longer any suspense in the fight between the two energies. Chiyu's all-out attack was indeed terrifying. However, the scepter of the goddess of victory had an endless supply of energy to support it. When Chiyu was less than 10 meters away from Yamu, he knew it was time to end the energy confrontation. Otherwise, the attack that consumed a large amount of his thundercloud force would be completely dissolved by Yamu's continuous absorption of energy. Therefore, he chose the ultimate tearing technique, burst. Amidst the loud bang, countless silver lights and shadows scattered in the air. Yamu and Chiyu groaned almost at the same time. The scepter of the goddess of victory trembled slightly. An energy that it had been absorbing in a short period of time disappeared temporarily under the powerful explosion of the silver spear. The violent energy was like a tornado, releasing a huge shock wave with the explosion as the center. Chiyu's body, which was rushing forward, also chose to fall at this time. The center of the explosion was naturally much closer to Yamu than to Chiyu. Chiyu could stay away from the center of the explosion, but Yamu couldn't. Under the huge impact, she raised the round shield on her left hand, and a golden light was released in the form of circular ripples, completely enveloping her body. And when the shockwave hit the round shield, a strange scene appeared. The round shield was like a black hole, completely devouring the energy that attacked it, and the energy aura released by the round shield became stronger. A divine artifact. It was definitely a divine artifact. Chiyu had already made the most accurate judgment in an instant. Whether it was the scepter of the goddess of victory in Yamu's right hand, or the round shield in her left hand, which belonged to goddess Athena. Otherwise, it wouldn't be that easy for her to block his attack. His brain was judging Yamu's strength, but Chiyu didn't stop moving. His body descended, and when the shock wave left his previous position, his body was already in front of Yamu with the help of Kirin's wings. This time, he was only 5 meters away from Yamu. Chiyu didn't attack Yamu directly. His right hand, which had lost its spear, now had a 3-foot-long broadsword, and a silver light was released from his body. After rising about 3 meters, the silk-like silver light suddenly erupted, and a silver light shield immediately enveloped Yamu and Chiyu, who was rushing toward him. You can use a realm, but I can't? What Chiyu wanted to do was very simple. With the energy immunity silver dragon shield, he confined himself and Yamu in this narrow space. Based on the all-out battle just now, Chiyu guessed that Yamu could use the ability of her realm to continuously borrow energy from the stars. If he allowed her to absorb energy like that, it would definitely be disadvantageous to him. Only by isolating her from the energy absorption realm could he have a chance of winning. At the same time, although Yamu's control of energy was exquisite, it didn't mean that she was strong in close combat. If he got close to her and relied on his actual combat experience, the scales of victory would very likely tilt. Therefore, when the silver spear was blocked by Yamu's scepter of the goddess of victory, Chiyu had already made the clearest judgment. What he had used was the energy immunity silver dragon shield. The energy immunity of the silver dragon shield was not only targeted at the living beings within the realm, but also at external energy. Therefore, when the energy from the stars gathered towards Yamu again, it was immediately blocked by the silver dragon shield. Due to the special nature of the silver dragon shield, the energy could not even cause it to tremble. Yamu looked at Chiyu in surprise. "Is this your realm? It's really amazing." Chiyu smiled faintly and said, "There's only one special characteristic of my realm, and that is energy immunity. Let me experience Athena's close combat ability. What do you think?" Yamu smiled mysteriously and said, "As the goddess of war and wisdom, Athena's strength is not only in energy. I think you'll understand it very soon." As she spoke, she held the shield in her left hand horizontally in front of her body. She pointed the scepter of the goddess of victory in her right hand at Chi-Yu's chest. Due to the silver dragon shield, the golden light that was released from her body was completely restrained. Although the energy aura on the scepter of the goddess of victory was still strong, it was only maintained within the relic. As a special realm, the silver dragon shield had fully revealed its use. Chi-Yu put away the Kirin mirror in his left hand. Although the Kirin mirror's defensive ability was very good, Chi-Yu knew that it was inferior to Yamu's golden round shield. Compared to Yamu's golden round shield, the Kirin mirror was much inferior. The Western relic might not be comparable to the Eastern relic, but judging from the defensive ability of the golden round shield just now, he was very clear about the power of the Western relic. Moreover, although the defense of the Kirin mirror was not bad, it would also affect his flexibility in close combat. The space that he covered with the silver dragon shield was very knowledgeable. It happened to be in an area where Yamu's long scepter of the goddess of victory could not unleash the attack power of a long weapon, and it did not affect his speed of movement. After a simple conversation, Chi-Yu's second wave of attack had already begun. Stepping on the Kirin mirror, Chi-Yu moved the broadsword in his hand forward and slid to the side of Yamu. The light on the blade of his sword flickered as he slid towards Yamu's shoulder. The light in Yamu's eyes became calm again. She held the round shield in her left hand horizontally, blocking Chi-Yu's attack. She let go of the scepter of the goddess of victory in her right hand, allowing the relic to slide down. When the long handle of the scepter slid down halfway, she grabbed it again. With a wave of her wrist, a circle of golden light had already attacked Chi-Yu's chest with a wave of the scepter of the goddess of victory. Looking at Yamu's reaction, Chi-Yu could not help but be shocked. She could so quickly give up the characteristics of the scepter of the goddess of victory as a long weapon, and use the middle as the grip point to reduce the attack range of the scepter of the goddess of victory by more than half. However, it was no longer restricted by the silver dragon shield. It could be seen that Yamu was not bad in actual combat. There was a buzzing sound. Kirin's illusory long sword was bounced back by the round shield. Chi-Yu was surprised to find that the golden round shield did not seem to be made of metal. When Kirin's illusory slash hit it, it was as if it had hit a thick cowhide. The strong elasticity caused it to bounce back, and not even a trace was left on the golden round shield. Yamu's attack had already arrived. Chi-Yu did not think of fighting her head-on. Not only did the scepter of the goddess of victory look beautiful, but the ring at the top of the scepter had already turned into a sharp blade. If he was really attacked by it, he was afraid that even the second stage Kirin armor might not be able to withstand it. However, Chi-Yu still had Kirin swim. With a step, Chi-Yu's body spun around Yamu like an illusion. With a few elegant and easy movements, he had already flashed out of the attack of the scepter of the goddess of victory, causing the golden light to slash into thin air. At the same time, the long sword in Chi-Yu's hand had already turned into tens of thousands of light spots, attacking Yamu's body from all angles at the same time. The sound of explosions kept coming from within the silver dragon shield. The Kirin in Chi-Yu's hands had collided with Yamu's round shield countless times. If it was just a round shield, it was almost impossible for Yamu to resist Chi-Yu's comprehensive attack. At this time, Chi-Yu's body technique showed its advantage. The omnipresent attack covered almost every blind spot. Even though Yamu's round shield had a diameter of half a meter, it was impossible for her to take care of every position. However, she still had the scepter of the goddess of victory in her hand. Holding the middle part of Yamu's body, she spun the scepter of the goddess of victory in her hand. With the length of the scepter of the goddess of victory, she easily transformed a shield that was much larger than the golden round shield beside her, blocking a large number of attacks from Chi-Yu. Every time the Kirin fantasy came into contact with the scepter of the goddess of victory or the golden round shield, there would be a buzzing sound. As the former head of the Kirin octatic treasures, this treasure of the Kirin clan also had a soul, and had already recognized Chiyu as its master. You could clearly sense that it was actually letting out waves of whining. The energy that came from the scepter of the goddess of victory and the golden round shield was actually too much for the Kirin fantasy to bear. The energy that came from the two artifacts of Yamu only had one characteristic, and that was collapse. The powerful vibrations caused the Qilin illusory Qilin to be constantly stimulated. Coupled with Chiyu's excessively powerful attacks, the Qilin illusory Qilin had to bear a huge burden for a short period of time. Although there was no support from the stars, the aura of Yamu's energy did not weaken at all. In the continuous battle with Chiyu, she was very calm. Although each of her movements looked so elegant, it did not affect her performance in terms of speed at all. She completely resisted Chiyu's storm-like attacks. Good. Chiyu shouted, and the long sword in his hand suddenly disappeared. His body floated around, and he appeared on the other side of Yamu. His feet tapped on the silver dragon shield, and with the help of the rebound, he suddenly rushed to the side of Yamu and shouted, "Bing!" Kirin's arm flashed with black and silver light, and with surging energy, Chiyu bombarded Yamu's golden round shield with his fist. In the midst of the loud bang, Chiyu's body trembled violently. He was shocked to find that the power of his Kirin's arm, which originally did not disperse, had actually spread to every corner of the round shield after coming into contact with the golden round shield. The energy produced by the golden round shield had actually formed countless small vortexes inside the shield, devouring his explosive energy. A strong holy aura came from the shield, causing Chiyu's body to bounce back violently. After entering the silver dragon shield, his body slowed down for the first time. Your close combat skills are indeed very strong. Yamu's voice sounded. Just when Chiyu thought that she was going to take this opportunity to attack him, Yamu's body suddenly retreated. Is she going easy on me? A trace of doubt rose in Chiyu's heart, but he soon realized that he had guessed wrong. In the next moment, the golden round shield in Yamu's left hand had disappeared. She, who was holding the victory goddess scepter with both hands, turned her body leisurely and slashed the scepter horizontally to her side. Not good. Chiyu cried out in his heart, but at this time he was already powerless to stop it. With a flash of light, Yamu's body had already easily stuck to the silver dragon shield, and the golden ring at the head of the victory goddess scepter had already turned into a sharp blade. Amidst the ear-piercing sound of friction, it slashed heavily into the silver dragon shield. As expected of a divine artifact, the sharpness of the victory goddess scepter actually broke through the silver dragon shield in an instant. In the next moment, a sky full of scepter shadows appeared in front of Chiyu's eyes. Not only did it stop his pursuit, but it also shattered the silver dragon shield. Yu Mao had proven to Chiyu that not only did she possess an extremely high level of control over her energy, she was also not the slightest bit weak in close combat. With the divine artifact and her own strength, she finally broke Chiyu's domain. Chiyu knew that he could not use the same technique on Yamu again, so he did not replenish the silver dragon shield. His body floated backward, allowing Yamu to reappear in the golden domain and fully absorb the energy from the stars. You are indeed very strong, much stronger than I imagined. Chiyu praised sincerely. Yamu smiled and said, "Aren't you the same? You are also stronger than I imagined. Under your close combat attack, I did not even have a chance to fight back. If you did not insist on testing the defense of my shield, it would have been very difficult for me to find a chance to break through your domain." Chiyu laughed bitterly and said, "With the two divine artifacts and the energy you absorbed before, your energy is not inferior to mine. Moreover, as the main attacker, my energy consumption is far greater than yours. If this continues when I am exhausted, I will be defeated by you. It is better to take a risk. The advantage of a divine artifact is really great. Now, I also understand why you said that it would be very difficult for me to defeat you in Parthenon. I think this domain that you used has a lot to do with Parthenon. Yamu allowed the abundant energy to enter her body as she nodded at Chiyu. She said, "Not bad. Your judgment is very correct. In Parthenon, my energy will increase by several times. My energy will increase by several times, and I will save a third of the time when I use any of my abilities. At the same time, this is also the easiest place to connect with the energy of the signs of the Zodiac. Here, I can make full use of the 12 Zodiac temples to help me and produce a large amount of energy. Unless you can increase your attack power to more than twice my full power in an instant, as long as I can absorb the energy of the signs of the Zodiac, it will be very difficult for you to defeat me. This domain is called the signs of the Zodiac. Its mysteries are condensed from the perfect wisdom of the goddess Athena. It is also the only and strongest trump card of the goddess of war and wisdom. The various changes within it are extremely rich. Once I enter this domain, I am destined to be in an invincible position." Chiyu smiled indifferently and said, "You have already broken through my domain. I also want to try and see if I can break through your domain." Yamu was stunned for a moment and said, "I did not expect you to be so competitive. Why don't we end today's battle here? You have completely shown me your strength. I admit that even the 3 Constellation Guardians will not be able to win against your powerful attack. I am afraid it will be difficult for you to win." Chiyu smiled and said, "Our spar has just begun. Isn't that so? Since you have already let me see the divine power of the goddess Athena and the divine weapon she possesses, if I continue to keep it to myself, it would be somewhat unkind of me." Yamu looked at Chiyu in shock and said, "Don't tell me you want to use that ability again. I admit that it was very difficult for me to block that attack of yours. However, it is not very possible for you to truly hurt me. At the same time, if I am not wrong, although that kind of attack can raise your strength to the peak, the damage to your body should not be small. We are only sparring. I do not wish to see you get hurt, and I do not wish to see you go missing for another half a year." Chi laughed and said, "So you are afraid that I will use the ultimate Kirin arm? Then don't worry, I am not that stupid. To tell you the truth, that move is used to put my life on the line. Unless it is absolutely necessary, why would I use it? What I want to show you is the divine weapon that belongs to the East. As the king of the Zodiac Guardians, if I do not have some ability, how would I dare to spar with the goddess Athena?" The faint light gradually converged, and the Kirin wings of Chiyu gradually retracted. His gaze became sharper, and his eyes turned completely silver. A familiar feeling suddenly appeared in Yamu's heart, reminding her of the scene outside Parthenon. At that time, Chiyu's body emitted a sharp energy that broke through her gentle divine power, causing the two of them to have physical contact. At this time, the sharp energy appeared again. Compared to the last time, the sharp energy this time was even more intense. Standing in front of Chiyu, Yamu was shocked to find that she actually could not withstand it. His silver eyes gradually turned golden, and a huge golden shadow dyed his body. The golden shadow soared into the sky and separated from Chiyu's body. The next moment, his right hand was raised high, and his palm slowly clenched. A huge golden sword had appeared out of thin air in his hand. The moment the huge sword appeared, the sharp feeling suddenly became more obvious. Yamu had no choice but to use her divine power to block the round shield in front of her body. Only then did she barely resist the attack of the sharp chi. However, she was shocked to find that there were a few strands of long purple hair scattered on her forehead. The invisible sharpness was so sharp that Yamu's expression could not help but change. Raising his head and looking at the Xianyuan divine sword in his hand, Chiyu's eyes were filled with a dazzling light. One side is engraved with the sun, moon, and stars, while the other side is engraved with the mountains, rivers, and plants. This is the peerless divine sword that was once used by our legendary ancestor, His Majesty Huang Emperor. Hearing Chiyu's words, Yamu seemed to remember something. Her voice became slightly shrill as she cried out involuntarily, "The Xianyuan sword." Could this be the legendary Xianyuan sword of the East? With a smile, Chiyu shifted his gaze from the Xianyuan sword to Yamu. "That's right. This is the Xianyuan sword, and I am its new owner." Yamu looked a little flustered. The appearance of the Xianyuan sword had completely messed up her judgment of Chiyu, even though she had always known that Chiyu was powerful. However, when the Xianyuan sword appeared in Chiyu's hand, Yamu understood that this man from the East in front of her, no matter in any aspect, they were already standing on the same level as him. The slight contempt he had previously had completely disappeared, and the energy that came from the 12 Zodiac palaces quickly grew stronger. I didn't expect to see the most powerful weapon in the East, the Xianyuan sword, in my lifetime. Chiyu, you've given me too many surprises. If my guess is correct, your disappearance for half a year should have something to do with this peerless divine sword. Chiyu smiled and said, "It seems that you have not only inherited Athena's battle prowess, but you have also inherited her battle prowess. At the same time, you have also inherited Athena's wisdom. You're right. My disappearance for half a year can indeed be said to have something to do with the Xianyuan sword." To Chiyu, the 6 months he had spent in the ancient beast era, his greatest gain was undoubtedly this peerless divine sword. With the Xianyuan sword and without the Xianyuan sword, his strength was definitely two different concepts. Even without the Xianyuan sword's powerful ability, the Xianyuan 8 arts, the Xianyuan sword was also a powerful weapon. Kirin's illusion trembled under the attack of Athena's magical weapon. This made Chiyu understand the importance of an offensive magical weapon. As the representative of the East, although he was only sparring with Yamu, he would never allow himself to be at a disadvantage. For the sake of Kirin's dignity, for the sake of the guardian of the East, for the sake of Yan Huang's dignity, he would never allow himself to be at a disadvantage. For the sake of Yan Huang's dignity, he summoned the Xianyuan sword. Surprisingly, this time, the aura of Xuanyuan's soul was completely restrained, and the control of the Xianyuan sword was completely handed over to him. Yamu took a deep breath, and the light in her eyes became much sharper. To be able to fight with the Xianyuan sword, whether I win or lose, today's sparring is enough to satisfy Yamu. King of the Zodiac, please. Chiyu smiled and said, "Goddess Athena, please." In the next moment, both of their bodies moved at the same time. However, Chiyu's movement was forward, while Yamu's movement was backward. The golden light in the air suddenly became stronger, and a huge golden shadow appeared in front of Chiyu. He was surprised to find that it was a humanoid warrior, but his body was completely formed by energy. On the warrior's head, there was a pair of huge white horns, and his body was covered with a layer of golden armor. The huge energy aura was so real. The energy that was gathering towards Yamu from all directions was instantly divided into 1/12 and integrated into the warrior's body, causing his energy aura to become even stronger. Damn, this can't be an Aries gold saint, right? Although he knew that saints did not exist, when Chiyu saw this special energy warrior in front of him, he could not help but think so. The Aries gold saint did not give Chiyu any time to hesitate. In the next moment, his tall figure was already in front of Chiyu. The space around him suddenly distorted, and the gold saint instantly transformed into countless figures, and from different directions, they rushed towards Chiyu with great pressure. He lowered his head, and the pair of huge white horns was his weapon of attack. Chiyu's eyes lit up, and his mouth revealed a hint of arrogance. He did not dodge, and he did not even use Kirin swim. He held the hilt of the Xianyuan divine sword with both of his hands, and with the belt on his back on his arm, and his arm on his hand, he spun around without any fancy moves. The huge Xianyuan divine sword left a golden light trail in the air, and met the attack of the gold saint. After a full rotation, Chiyu once again resumed his previous forward motion. The huge Xianyuan sword was held in his right hand and pointed diagonally to his side. The distorted space around his body actually stopped at this moment. This strange scene caused Yu Mao's eyes to widen uncontrollably, making her purple eyes even more obvious. At this time, her heart had already sunk because she had lost the presence of the gold saint. A light ding sounded from the Xianyuan sword like a dragon's roar. Immediately after, the distorted space around Qi Yu's body shattered. Yes, shattered like a picture. Countless fragments turned into specks of golden light in the air and drifted away, not leaving a trace behind. Yamu took a deep breath. Although she knew that the attack power of the Xianyuan divine sword was terrifying, the Aries warrior that she created with the help of the signs of the Zodiac domain might not be as strong as the constellation guardian of the Aries constellation. But with the support of the energy of the signs of the Zodiac, the Aries warrior's combat power and defense were extremely shocking. However, in front of Qi Yu's Xianyuan divine sword, the Aries warrior was shattered into pieces before it could even complete its attack. In fact, even Qi Yu himself did not expect such a good result, other than facing the Bull Demon King. This was the first time he truly used the Xianyuan divine sword. Only by truly experiencing it could he clearly feel the power of the divine weapon. With the injection of thundercloud force, the attack power of the Xianyuan divine sword was greatly increased. The sharp aura of the sword instantly shattered the Aries warrior that was formed from energy. However, the battle was not over yet, or rather it had just begun. Golden lights shone from different directions at the same time. The signs of the Zodiac divine sword appeared at the same time. Every warrior was wearing golden armor like the Aries warrior from before. The helmet on their heads completely covered their faces. In the next moment, they attacked Qi Yu. Even the Aries warrior that was killed by Qi Yu previously appeared again. The signs of the Zodiac divine sword and the 12 gold tier warriors attacked Qi Yu at the same time. The signs of the Zodiac 12 constellations were the energy source of the 12 gold tier warriors. Yamu had lost the ability to absorb energy. However, with the help of the signs of the Zodiac domain, the 12 powerful warriors did not need to consume any of her energy. Qi Yu could not help but gasp in amazement at the power of such a divine weapon. Without the Xianyuan divine sword, if Qi Yu wanted to break through the 12 gold tier warriors, he would probably have to rely on the 1,000 changes technique of the Zodiac domain. However, he was already enveloped by the signs of the Zodiac domain from his ancestor Yamu. It was hard to say if the 1,000 changes technique of the Zodiac domain would be able to exert its power. However, with the Xianyuan sword, everything was different. It was not the first time that Qi Yu encountered a situation where he had to fight against many. When the 12 gold tier warriors appeared in different directions, Qi Yu moved. He stepped on Kirin and held the Xianyuan sword with both hands. At this moment, he was the most powerful warrior. Chapter 182. The gold tier warriors were all defeated in just 3 seconds. They did not even cause any damage to Qi Yu. However, after the first wave of gold tier warriors disappeared, another wave of gold tier warriors appeared. It was the same 3 seconds. It was the same total annihilation. Qi Yu destroyed the gold tier warriors again. However, his advance was delayed by 3 seconds. 3 seconds was enough for Yamu to do a lot of things. The gold tier warriors appeared one after another. With the support of the astral energy, they were endless. Although Qi Yu could quickly absorb the energy molecules in the air to replenish himself with the energy of the origin of nature, the Xianyuan sword was a divine weapon after all. It required a lot of energy. Qi Yu understood that Yamu did not rely on these gold tier warriors to defeat him. She wanted to exhaust his energy. As long as these gold tier warriors could hold on for a little longer, he would still be the loser in the signs of the Zodiac territory. However, could these gold tier warriors really trap him? On the surface, the gold tier warriors were like paper in front of Qi Yu's Xianyuan sword. However, in reality, each of these gold tier warriors had extremely strong attack power. they could almost easily cause damage to Chiyu. Therefore, Chiyu could only destroy them as soon as they appeared. He did not give them a chance to unleash their power. This way, he would not be hurt and save his own energy. However, if this continued, the endless gold tier warriors would put him at an absolute disadvantage. Chiyu wasn't an idiot. On the contrary, he was extremely talented in battle. Back when he had fought against the Bull Demon King, he was able to become the final victor. Although luck had a lot to do with him, it was also inseparable from his understanding of battles. As he continued to destroy the gold tier warriors, Chiyu carefully observed Yamu's movements. At this moment, Yamu was like the statue in Parthenon. She stood there calmly with a shield in her left hand and a staff in her right. She calmly looked in her direction as a faint golden light slowly circulated around her body. An invisible pressure was constantly released from her body. However, she had no intention of attacking him. If Yamu were to join the gold tier warrior's attack on Chiyu, she would undoubtedly pose a great threat to him. However, if that was the case, Chiyu would also get the chance to fight Yamu. He really wanted to see if his Xianyuan sword was sharper. Yamu's Athena divine weapon was stronger. However, Yamu did not give him the chance. Since the other party didn't want to give him a chance, he would have to create one himself. In a flash, Chiyu finally changed his strategy. When he destroyed another 12 gold tier warriors before the next wave of gold tier warriors could reach him, he raised the Xianyuan sword high in the air, and the cloud power in his body began to circulate at a high speed. The Xianyuan sword seemed to like Chiyu's compressed thundercloud force. The sword was surging as the thundercloud force was injected into it. At the same time, the sword in Chiyu's hand slashed forward as if it was going to split the sky and the earth. He slashed horizontally. A semicircle of light was instantly enlarged on the surface of the Xianyuan sword. The sharp aura of energy was unleashed. The 6 gold tier warriors in front of him were disintegrated by the light without any chance. Under Chiyu's full power, the light reached Yamu in a blink of an eye. It was so fast that it was hard to see it with the naked eye. At the same time, Chiyu was attacked by the other 6 gold tier warriors. Due to the excessive use of the thundercloud force, his body was delayed for a moment. A huge impact came from behind him. However, Chiyu didn't even turn around. He used his own body to withstand the attack. When the 6 gold tier warriors' attack reached his back, a red light suddenly shone. The Kirin pearl on Chiyu's chest instantly turned red. Then the already thick Kirin armor on his body was covered with a layer of bright red light. That's right, the Kirin armor had appeared. The multiple layers of defense had increased Chiyu's defense to the maximum. Coupled with the defense of the Kirin armor, when the huge impact came from behind, Chiyu, who was already prepared for it, used the impact from behind to launch himself forward like an arrow. The meridians in his body trembled violently under the impact of the surging energy. However, his body had been transformed by the origin of nature after all, so it was many times stronger than an ordinary person. Moreover, he had the Qilin armor, Qilin red, and Qilin stealth, the 3 great defensive magic treasures to protect his body. Therefore, the injuries he suffered at this time were very small. The golden light came in front of Yamu in the blink of an eye. The incomparably sharp energy brought great pressure to the air of the goddess Athena. It was impossible for her to dodge the attack. Moreover, she knew that she couldn't dodge the sharp Xianyuan sword forever. Without any hesitation, the golden shield had already met the energy attack from the Xianyuan sword. The golden light flashed on the shield and disappeared quietly. It didn't even cause a tremor, let alone a shock wave. The golden round shield did not seem to have suffered any damage, but Yamu's body trembled violently. The golden light emitted from her body fluctuated violently, and the panic in her eyes could not be concealed. It turned out that when the Xianyuan sword's attack collided with her golden round shield, The round shield's super strong defense did indeed block the energy released by the Xianyuan sword. After all, it was not the Xianyuan sword itself, it was just energy. However, it was this energy that destroyed almost half of the countless energy-devouring vortexes in the golden round shield. The remaining energy even rushed into Yamu's body. If Yamu hadn't been prepared, he was afraid that this would be enough to injure her. At this moment, she completely understood. The shield of the goddess of victory was not enough to block the attack of the Xianyuan sword. It was also at this moment using the attack of the 6 gold-tier warriors. Qi Yu's figure quickly arrived in front of Yamu. The great sword in his hand displayed a dexterity that did not match its size at all. Thousands of golden light shrouded Yamu's body, just like the attack when she used Kirin's illusion. However, after changing to the Xianyuan sword, although the attack was similar, the effect was completely different. Yamu did not block it directly. She watched as Qi Yu attacked her. Her body had already risen into the air like lightning. In the path where Qi Yu was chasing after her, the 6 gold-tier warriors that he had destroyed earlier had appeared, blocking him for a second. Using this second, Yamu had already increased the distance between her and Qi Yu. The scepter of the goddess of victory and the golden round shield disappeared at the same time. Yamu's hands formed a very special shape. She was chanting in a low voice that Qi Yu could not understand. She actually sat cross-legged in midair. At this moment, the golden light also became stronger. Just when Qi Yu was about to use the same trick and attack Yamu's body again, Yamu's body suddenly disappeared. At this moment, the holy aura that she had actually spread in midair. The signs of the Zodiac domain had completely integrated into one. Feeling the change in Yamu's energy, the expression on Qi Yu's face became extremely interesting. He was not worried, nor was he afraid. Instead, he was excited from the bottom of his heart. Yamu's action made him understand another way to use the domain. Since she could integrate her body into the domain, then he could do the same. It was not hard to imagine that doing so would definitely greatly increase the power of the domain. The 12 gold-tier warriors did not appear again after the final destruction. In the entire golden space, only Qi Yu was left floating in the air. Using this short period of time, Qi Yu quickly mobilized the thundercloud force in his body, using the great ascending cloud technique of Kirin to restore as much of the energy that he had lost. He knew that the final battle of today's sparring match was coming. Yamu must be using some kind of ultimate move to deal with him. To Qi Yu, his biggest advantage now was not the Xianyuan sword in his hand, but the art of 1,000 changes of the Big Dipper realm that he had yet to use. At the beginning of the battle, he had already thought it through very clearly. Unless it was absolutely necessary, he would not use his art of 1,000 changes of the Big Dipper realm. It was always a good thing to be able to preserve some of his strength and not let others know about it. At this moment, deep Sanskrit chants suddenly sounded from all directions. Qi Yu was a little surprised to sense the aura around him. The Sanskrit chants were very feminine and seemed to be coming from Yamu's mouth. However, it was obvious that the Sanskrit chants were not Buddhist chants. Instead, it was a unique sound. To be precise, it seemed like a spell. When the spell reached its end, perhaps Yamu deliberately wanted Qi Yu to understand it. Her calm voice appeared without warning. Forbidden, aria of the 12 palaces. In the space, the 12 constellations that had disappeared in the golden light gradually appeared. The original golden space had also turned into the black night sky again. Did Yamu remove her domain? The answer was, of course, no. In the dark night sky, the 12 constellations that had turned golden looked very obvious. A huge circular pattern gradually appeared in the dark night sky, and Qi Yu's position was right in the middle of this huge circular pattern. He was surprised to find that this huge circular pattern was exactly the same as the one on the ground of the Parthenon temple. The 12 constellations that were flickering with golden light had also arrived at their corresponding positions in the pattern. Qi Yu's heart trembled. He quickly moved his body, but the pattern below him seemed to be stuck to him. No matter how he moved, the pattern always moved around his body. When the 12 constellations were completely integrated into the whole pattern, all the lines in the pattern suddenly lit up. In the dark night sky, it was even more dazzling. Qi Yu did not continue moving because he knew it was useless. He could not help but feel a little puzzled as he felt the change in the energy under his feet. The energy of the 12 constellations was so huge that even the Bull Demon King could not resist it. He was puzzled. Even if Yamu was the successor of the goddess Athena, how could she have such a huge amount of energy? If she really had such a huge amount of energy, then why would she still need to cooperate with him? No, there must be some secret here. This energy should not all belong to Yamu. Qi Yu's brain was working at high speed at this moment. He knew that if he made a slight mistake, he would lose this match. The Xianyuan sword in his hand did not attack again. Since Yamu still used the ability of the signs of the Zodiac after witnessing the power of the Xianyuan sword, it meant that she had a way to restrain his Xianyuan sword. If that was the case, why would he waste his energy so easily? When the 12 constellations were completely integrated into the pattern, the huge pattern of the signs of the Zodiac began to rotate slowly. The golden light dazzled Qi Yu. As the huge pattern rotated, a huge pressure with a tearing and strangling energy began to press against Qi Yu's body. Qi Yu, this is the main body of the signs of the Zodiac domain. It is also one of the most powerful abilities of the signs of the Zodiac. It is called the aria of the 12 houses. The pressure will gradually increase with the rotation of the 12 zodiac signs. If you use energy to resist, then the rotation will slow down a little, and when your energy is exhausted, your body will fuse with it, which means you will disappear from this world. Therefore, if you feel that you can't resist the signs of the zodiac, please tell me, and I will remove its restraint on you. Yamu's voice sounded a little weak. The ultimate ability of the signs of the Zodiac domain was a huge burden on her. After taking a deep breath, Qi Yu smiled faintly and said, "It is indeed a powerful domain. The signs of the Zodiac domain is the most unique and powerful one I have seen. However, Yamu, I have a question for you. If we weren't in Parthenon today, would you have been able to activate the signs of the Zodiac domain to trap me in such a short time?" Yamu's gentle voice was heard. "The signs of the Zodiac domain. Qi Yu, perhaps you still don't understand the true meaning of the signs of the Zodiac domain. That's right, I did make use of the energy produced in Parthenon and the close relationship with the signs of the Zodiac, 12 Zodiac constellations, to activate this domain so quickly. However, the activated the signs of the Zodiac domain is not a complete domain. It is only a part of the entire domain. If we were in a different place and we had to fight it out, my domain would change accordingly. The signs of the Zodiac domain in its complete form is far more powerful than this incomplete form. At the same time, the speed of its activation will only be faster." After listening to Yamu's words, Qi Yu suddenly understood something. He said in shock, "Then does this mean that the signs of the Zodiac domain is actually based on the 12 Zodiac guardians?" Yamu did not answer immediately. She was silent for a while before saying, "Yes, you are really smart. However, I really don't want you to be too smart." Qi Yu knew that his guess was correct. This should be one of the strongest abilities of the Zodiac guardians, led by Athena. Now that he had seen through it, Yamu probably wanted to kill him. Since this is not the signs of the Zodiac domain, could it be that I can't break through it? Thinking of this, Qi Yu's heart was filled with heroism. Feeling the increasingly powerful strangulation force, he slowly closed his eyes and no longer looked at the dazzling golden light. The dark red light finally appeared. Facing the strongest attack of the signs of the Zodiac domain, Qi Yu could no longer hold back. However, what surprised him was that when his 1,000 possibilities, ever-changing Xuanji realm technique appeared, it was actually restricted within the circle in the middle of the signs of the Zodiac pattern. It could not expand outwards to encircle the entire 12 Zodiac signs. Yamu's surprised voice sounded. "I didn't expect you to have a second domain. It seems that I have underestimated you. Perhaps you should have used this domain earlier. The battle between us was still 50-50. Unfortunately, it was too late. When the area of the 12 zodiac palaces entered its normal rotation, no domain could break out of its restricted range. This domain is not in the form of energy. The signs of the zodiac, 12 zodiac constellations, are the foundation. Even if your energy immunity domain could not expand to envelop it, it would not be able to affect its operation. Admit defeat, could it be? Is it really that difficult for you to admit defeat? Chi Yu smiled faintly. It's not difficult to admit defeat, but I haven't lost yet. Haven't I? Chi Yu's body had completely disappeared within the dark, red, 1,000 possibilities, ever-changing Xuanji realm technique. However, this could not stop the increasing energy of the aria of the 12 zodiac palaces. The rotation of the aria of the 12 zodiac palaces. It was equivalent to the energy of the stars represented by the 12 zodiac constellations. It was not something that one person could resist alone. However, Chi Yu was not the least bit discouraged. He was not a loser until the very last moment. In the world of darkness, Yamu could not see Chi Yu's figure or sense his aura. The rotation speed of the aria of the 12 zodiac palaces had begun to gradually increase. The enormous pressure caused the 1,000 possibilities ever-changing Xuanji realm technique to begin to distort. Naturally, Chi Yu, who was within it, could not bear it. Chi Yu, don't hold on any longer. I don't want you to be hurt. Yamu's voice had regained its calmness and even contained a tinge of victory. Chi Yu did not reply. Just as Yamu's voice fell, the 1,000 possibilities ever-changing Xuanji realm technique suddenly changed. Under the enormous pressure of the aria of the 12 zodiac palaces, the 1,000 possibilities ever-changing Xuanji realm technique suddenly changed. The dark red light, which was originally 2 meters in diameter, suddenly disappeared. In an instant, it disappeared from the aria of the 12 zodiac palaces. Concealment and concealment. Is this the power of your realm? But it's useless. Once you've been locked onto by the aria of the 12 zodiac palaces, unless your energy surpasses that of the 12 zodiac constellations, you won't be able to break free. Although Yamu's voice carried a tinge of surprise, she clearly did not think that Chi Yu had any chance. That's right. Given my strength, it's indeed impossible for me to contend against the 12 zodiac constellations. I don't think you can do it either. However, there's one thing I'm very clear about. The 12 zodiac constellations don't truly belong to you. You're only using the characteristics of your energy and the divine weapon you possess to establish a connection with their aura. Thus, you're able to make use of their energy. If you want to maintain this connection, you'll need to expend an extremely large amount of energy. However, the main reason why you say that this is the most powerful attack of the zodiac realm is that as long as the 12 zodiac palaces pattern continues to rotate, the energy it can draw from the 12 zodiac constellations will become stronger and stronger. The amount of energy you need to expend will also become smaller and smaller. Hence, although the aria of the 12 zodiac palaces is very powerful, it's not without flaws. The more powerful the attack, the more energy it would consume. You and I both understand this principle. Even if your energy consumption is reduced under the effect of the realm, it's only relative. If you can't use this realm to destroy me within a certain period of time, then when your energy is depleted, it's hard to say who'll be the final victor. If you can activate the 12 zodiac constellations to attack, I can also minimize the threat of the aria of the 12 zodiac palaces. In fact, I can even stop it for a short period of time. And this period of time should be when the aria of the 12 zodiac palaces has just started, because it's only then that your energy consumption is at its highest. This is also the only way to break through this realm attack. As long as you don't let it circulate smoothly, then its attack power won't be as terrifying as you say, right? Chi-Yu's voice sounded a little cold, without a trace of emotion. His calm analysis seemed to have completely described the characteristics of the aria of the 12 Zodiac palaces. This was the problem, he discovered after thinking about it. In order to break free from this powerful attack, one actually didn't need to surpass the strength of the 12 Zodiac constellations. It was very easy for people trapped here to make mistakes and constantly rely on their own energy to barely hold on, rather than desperately resisting in hopes of delaying for a longer time. But the more they forced themselves to hold on, the more the 12 Zodiac constellations revolved according to its rhythm, the less Yama's energy consumption would be, after a period of decline and decline. When even the final resistance couldn't be achieved, then the only outcome would be death. Of course, this referred to the strong enough to contend against Yamu. If a weakling entered the area of the 12 Zodiac palaces, most likely the moment the Zodiac constellations revolved, they would be crushed to ashes. Xianyuan Sword's Heaven, man, one. The cold voice suddenly became berserk. Chi-Yu's roar filled the entire night sky. The golden light spread out from a point, and in an instant, the direction it was moving in was the opposite direction of the Zodiac constellations. The entire Zodiac constellations completely lit up at this moment. The 12 Zodiac constellations each shot out a golden light to contend against the golden light that suddenly appeared. But when Xianyuan Sword's main body appeared once again, Chi-Yu's figure had already disappeared, and in the entire space, only Xianyuan's sword existed. The golden light flickered, and the light from the 12 Zodiac constellations were completely attracted by it, the surging energy. It caused Xianyuan Sword's light to flourish. Within the Zodiac constellations, the sun, moon, and stars appeared one after another, and countless rays of light spread out with Xianyuan's sword as the center. When the golden sun appeared, the entire Zodiac constellations had already stopped revolving, and when the moon appeared, the light of the 12 Zodiac constellations had actually dimmed a lot. And the moment the starlight appeared, the signs of the Zodiac constellations actually began to tremble, and then there were actually signs of it revolving in the opposite direction. Even if it wasn't because of its sharpness, the Xianyuan sword was fully deserving of its title as the most powerful divine weapon. The huge golden sword floated in the center of the Zodiac constellations, and the armor on Chi-Yu's body had completely disappeared. But the Xianyuan sword was still in his hand. A low groan sounded, and everything around him instantly became distorted. The signs of the Zodiac constellations disappeared. The dark night sky disappeared. Chi-Yu disappeared, and Yamu also disappeared. As he slowly opened his eyes, Chi-Yu's body swayed slightly, and he only managed to stabilize himself after taking 2 steps back. The night sky and the starlight had all disappeared, and everything in front of him had returned to everything in Parthenon. Yamu was at the end of the hall, below the statue of the goddess Athena. Her face looked a little pale, and the scepter of the goddess of victory had appeared in her hand. The unadorned scepter exuded a holy aura. Although it also had a faint layer of golden light, the light was much dimmer than it had been during the battle in the night sky. The two of them stared at each other for a full 5 minutes, and neither of them spoke. However, their mind power intertwined and probed each other. Through the deep look in each other's eyes, they could already see many things. It was not that they did not want to talk, but that they had consumed too much energy in the previous battle. It seemed like a battle in the spiritual world, but the energy consumed was real. Chi-Yu did not know how Yamu was doing, but he knew that his body seemed to have been completely drained after he used the half technique of heaven and human unity. It was just like when he used the ultimate Kirin's arm. However, he did not lose the ability to absorb energy this time. Activating the Xianyuan sword required too much energy. Back then, Xuanyuan's soul had told Chi-Yu that even if he used the ultimate Kirin's arm, he would only be able to use the half technique of heaven and human unity at most. During this period, Chi-Yu had never stopped cultivating, so he naturally made a lot of progress. Previously, When he was trapped in the area of the 12 palaces in the domain of the signs of the Zodiac, he had released the infinite changes, Jade Pearl Realm technique, not to break the opponent's domain, because any domain would be suppressed in the area of the 12 palaces. However, after such a long time, the infinite changes, Jade Pearl Realm technique, had been explored by Chi Yu far more than the previous few abilities. In the case of being trapped, he fully activated the amplification effect of the method of the Jade Pearl Realm of 1,000 opportunities and 100 changes. By relying on the instantaneous absorption of the surrounding free energy and the almost destructive compression of his own energy, his own cloud power reached a highly saturated state. Then, through the Qilin arm full of explosive power, with his own power of origin as the guide, he barely activated the super energy of the Shenyuan sword. Xuanyuan's soul had also helped. When Qiyu injected his own energy into the Shenyuan sword, he had filtered the energy transmitted by Qiyu and the Shenyuan sword through the 10,000-year cold jade, making the energy purer and more condensed. The energy that was like a solid substance was able to display half of the power of heaven and human unity at the last moment. This time, when he used the heaven and human unity, Qiyu also understood one thing. After he merged with Wenting, the energy obtained was not as simple as 1 + 1, but the effect of the fusion was definitely a qualitative change. Previously, when he used the complete heaven and human unity, he still had some energy left, but this time he was only able to display half of its power. It seemed that the solar lunar star's crimson golden armor was far more useful than he had imagined. Taking a deep breath, countless energy molecules surged into his body through his pores, causing Qiyu's entire body to feel soft. With the help of the Kirin's ascending cloud technique and the origin of nature, Qiyu's recovery ability was extremely shocking. In just 5 minutes, the thundercloud force in his body had gradually recovered from 0 to 10%. This kind of recovery speed was the fastest at the beginning, and as the thundercloud force continued to accumulate and purify, the speed would gradually decrease. Miss Yamu's strength is really amazing. The signs of the Zodiac domain. In the end, it was Qiyu who spoke first. He stretched his body and swept a glance at Yamu with a sharp gaze. He was very clear that in his current situation, if Yamu really wanted to destroy him, she only needed to call the Constellation Guardians outside. Even if he used the ultimate Kirin arm, how many Constellation Guardians could he kill? Yamu's gaze deepened as she looked at Qiyu. Her body, which was originally supported by the Victory Goddess scepter, slowly stood up. Her pale face was still without a trace of blood. The facts have proven that my judgment is correct. Choosing to cooperate with you is far wiser than becoming your enemy. Qiyu smiled and said, "If Miss Yama thinks so, then I will be very honored. Let's call this battle a draw. In fact, it is indeed a draw. It's a pity for Miss Yamu." The pity he was referring to was naturally the fact that Yamu had the upper hand, but in the end he had broken through the signs of the Zodiac domain. Yamu said lightly, "There is nothing to pity. In a battle, what is needed is both strength and wisdom. Qiyu, after I obtain the signs of the Zodiac domain, you are the first person to break it.